All right, all right. Check, check, check. It says we're live. All right. Before we get started, does anyone want to get out? And this is a precursor. This is something I kind of decided to do at the last second. And also, as we always start, okay, always remember.
I'm done. I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done.
Disclaimer: it's always Jermaine's fault. So it is always Jermaine's fault. But let me welcome some people coming into the building. Versa, what's going on? Juice, what's going on? Mr. Suge, what's going on? Oh, hell no. Cool gamer, I agree with you, Mr. Suge. I'm starting to agree with you. And said, I'm killing the manosphere. I wish that was true. I'm just trying to give it an injection into the arm, trying to just stir up some thoughts. Timothy, what's going on? Trell, Savant, what's going on? Black Pill, my brother. Indigo, what's up? Alan, what's going on? John, what's going on? Forever Blessed, what's going on? Trey, what's going on? Jermaine, please come to the front office. Come get your kid. He's probably get Jermaine. Come get your kid. Shannon, what's going on? Black in the middle, what's going on? Mr. Donnie Mac, what's happening? John, what's going on? Prince, it's always Jermaine's fault. Jermaine is in the office, so Ambassador, what's going on? Archer, I'm going to leave it in Dubai. Eugene, what's going on? Let's see. Matt, what's up? Sam C, what's going on? Stepdaddy Union in the house. I heard that. Designan, what's going on? Dre Day, Doctor, what's going on? Delmar, what's going on? King Kazan, I think it's Kazan. Okay, what's going on? Funny thing, Umar's real name is Jermaine. Really? Okay, I didn't know that. Brandon, what's going on? Dr. T in the house. What's up? All right, let's go ahead and get started. Okay, King Dreams got the passport bro symbol out. So let's see what else. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and wind this up. Okay. Couple of things. This is something that Obsidian had brought up about Courtney Michelle and and the red pill being Big Pharma. It's just a short, but so I saw that. I listened to some of what he was saying, um, and then I listened to um, MGTOW Universe. I talked about the breakdown. They had a whole stream about is the manosphere, the black manosphere, pro man or pro men or anti bitch. Okay, and it has some cogent words to say about the black manosphere and cogent judgments say about the black manosphere. Not anything flattering. So I was talking to Dr. Gigi, and I was wondering, do black women have the capacity to understand the red pill, even though the original matrix, the original idea, we call the I, was actually written by Sister Sophia, who's actually a black female. Do black women have the capacity to understand deep philosophy like this? Even though I don't care how many times you explain it, about the red pill and what's supposed to embody, they don't see it. And maybe Dr. Gigi said, maybe they're too insular. Okay, they don't. Everything's about them, about what they can get, not what they can give, or how things apply to them instead of something in general. So I'm saying maybe they don't have it. So I was just, because I think I was gonna do the show on something else today, but I said, okay, you know what, this is cogent. This is something that's happening right now, um, and there has always been this question: should Black women be allowed into to have any kind of say on the Black manosphere? And we've gone back and forth about that for a very long time. And it would be, what's going on? What's going on, Dr. Thunder? Um, it would be one thing, um, if Black men would stay on code and stay away from the channels and not really want to hear them. Okay. But I see a lot of my subs, man, over there on the breakdown in the chat. I see a lot of Black men in the chat of a lot of Black women's channels. So do we let them in by proxy? Do we really weigh what they're saying? Or do we actually evaluate their ability to actually understand what we're doing? So I always wondered that. Evidently, you can't keep them out. I know you can't keep them out. And most Black men in this space will not allow you to keep them out. They will always bring them in. So my question is, what are the downsides for allowing Black women to have a say-so on our space? Because they're going to try to mommy you no matter what. They will not get it, because that will mean thinking about others instead of themselves. True. Well, that's part of their nature. Women, females need to collect material for their offspring. I said that from the very beginning. Their thing is to get, not to give, unless you're inside their nest. I started going to the breakdown because I seen you over there. They came from my crew. They came from my crew, and I always gave a caveat about who they were, because they came from my women's channel. And I always said the reason that I did steer people to them is because, um, a lot of black men in the Black manosphere were going to other places that weren't so friendly. If you're gonna find women to go to anyway, and Black men always do, at least find some that will at least give you a fair shot, and they would at least give you a fair shot, because you're gonna follow them anyway. That's why I did it. So Indigo Flow, are they the only females channels that you visit? Tell the truth, shame the devil. Tell the truth, shame the devil. So they're the only female channels that you visit. I take it back to conversation that you don't get a vote. Oh, yeah. It will get worse. Well, actually, things are actually getting better. You know, the thing is that they don't matter as much. Um, but you got a whole group of Black men that actually want to have conversations with Black women. So I'm wondering, do they have the capacity to really understand? Because they've been in this space a long time ago. Okay, they've been in this space a long time. They should have picked up the concept of what the Black manosphere is about, but evidently they don't. But unfortunately, you have a lot of what I call, enablers that agree with them. Yeah, in other words, the breakdown ain't the only place you visit. So stop it. And you probably visited female channels before that, so stop. I know how y'all roll. I don't care if they get it. Anyone ABW of 30, maybe over 25, is okay. Stopping the broken adult pipeline, disposing gynocrats that abuse kids should be the priority. Man, that's not going to happen anytime soon, because your state enables that. But that's a different story for a different day. Anyhow, let me go ahead and play this. because this is what got the ball rolling, I think, and then what got Obsidian rolling. And then we're gonna do this. We'll play a little bit of the breakdown and see what they have to say, and we'll go from there.
So I just had a thought about Red Pill and how I think it's
Check, check, check if you can hear it. StreamYard, it can be on some bullshit sometimes. So give me one if you can hear it. Okay, cool. Let me rewind it a little bit.
so I just had a thought about Red Pill and how I think it's quite frankly parallel to what big pharma companies are doing. And it's this idea of taking a pill. We all know that it's not meant to heal you. It's to make sure that you can still live on in the condition that you're in, that you're always going to need it. And because you're always going to need it because it doesn't heal you, then it makes those companies a hell of a lot of money, because right now they have a lifetime subscriber. Just like this red pill ideology is not for healing. It's to keep you in your same condition, and you have weirdos online that's telling you how to live that ain't never had it, could never have it, will never have it. The life they're telling you that you should have, that you should subscribe to. It's keeping you in a perpetual state of loneliness, of sadness. And you go to these people to hear, to make you feel good about your decisions that you continuously make. Get healed. Get out of these spaces. Go out. Meet people in the real world.
All right. Okay. That's what got the ball rolling. And I've talked to her a couple of times. And they say they're a student of the red pill. She likes Tucker Carlson and never seen the Matrix. Okay, I don't know. Has she ever watched? The thing is, if you're going to comment on something, have you ever seen it? How can you have not seen the Matrix? At least clips. When did she turn? She never. She was always like that. She never. It wasn't a turn. She's always felt that way. Her turn was what she thought she could do is convince uh, black men to, as a change of heart, that black women were actually worth saving. In other words, if she appealed to a softer side of the female, can actually convince black men that to come back to the black community and heal it. Right? Same thing as Umar. Same thing is Obi. Same thing is a bunch of other people. Right? And that's what she's saying. The thing is, she doesn't understand the red pill. Okay, she doesn't understand the philosophy of the pills. You can see that she doesn't. And I've talked to her. She's actually showed me her philosophy books. So she does. She has read philosophy. So she has. She does have a taste of it. Thing is, how come you can't understand the red pill philosophy or the blue pill philosophy, right? Even though it's written by a woman, and how not only black men but also all men apply it. Saying that the red pill is a coping mechanism. The red pill is supposed to be the opposite of a coping mechanism. The blue pill is a coping mechanism. And I don't know where they get the idea that especially the black manosphere, that most of the black people in the black manosphere don't live life or haven't lived life or never had a woman. I get that a lot. They think everybody in the black manosphere, especially in my group, are angry incels, okay? Instead of people like me that got more bodies than they can count under their knots, right? Have more relationships, since I was hell 12, even before sex, okay? 3 kids, 5 grandchildren, okay? And worked around tons and tons of women. I've never been around women. I've never been engaged with women and never had relationships. And most of the guys I talk to have. And the reason that they're here in the first place is not because they haven't had experiences, because they have negative experiences with the outside world, with the women they've been engaged with the women they've gone with, baby mamas, wives, girlfriends, fiancés, mothers, sisters, all that kind of stuff. That's why they're here. They're here to understand what the real world is. And the red pill represents the real world. The red pill is not an easy pill to swallow. That's how come they don't rage because of the blue pill. They rage because of the red pill has shown them the truth. And they're pissed. So it's not that they need to go outside in the real world and mingle with people. That's not the issue. They've already done that. But no matter how many times you say that, no matter how many times you demonstrate that, no matter how many examples that they see, it doesn't matter because it doesn't line up with their philosophy. It doesn't line up with what they want, which is what Dr. Gigi was saying. If it doesn't line up with what they want and what they believe and what they need, they can't understand it. And it's not like that. I haven't had the conversation with her before explaining the black pill philosophy. No, the thing is, it's not just. Uh, well, it might be she can't get the kind of man she wants. Well, I know about you, Archer. And the thing is, heal. In other words, um, if you watch Matrix 4, right? What they had to do is keep feeding him blue pills so that he would stay in the Matrix and stay, so, quote unquote, healed, right? Stay in his place. And they think healing means becoming a better person, going back into the Matrix and continuing your fix. Okay. In other words, are you going to be Neo going back into the Matrix and fixing the Matrix, or participating inside the Matrix? That's really what they want you. They really want you to go back into the Matrix. That's really what they want. In other words, ain't you done yet, nigga? Ain't you healed yet? You still on that red pill stuff? You should have gave that up a long time ago. You should have been a better man. Put yourself back together and come back and join us again. That's really what they mean. That's what she means. So in other words, as long as we stay away from them or stay away from what they want, that means we're not healed yet. Afro National, what's going on? Yeah, you still mad. And when brothers do make a decision, say like the passport bros, okay, and make a decision on how they want to live their life, whether it's SYSBM, go jumping over the wall, going monk, which they completely don't understand, or going passport, we're going overseas, which they hate. They always see it as a reflection of them. They don't see that as healed. They don't see that as becoming better. What they think is healed is you going out, networking, making more money, gathering more resources, so that you can bring it back to them and their children. Because resources is in money. It's all well and good, but that's not about being happy or being content. In other words, instead of making $200,000 a year, working yourself to death, and dealing with a woman and family here in the United States, instead of taking the 50, 40, or 50,000, even the 30,000, someplace else a year, and getting a wife and family, or getting a lifestyle that will make you happy and basically uh, feed you. Okay, where you can actually be happy. It's not about the resource that you get from here, or how much a resource you get from here. It's what can you do with it? Because Joe Dominguez says, as you make more money, doesn't mean you get any more happy. Okay, you have to change your environment, you have to change your mindset. That's what makes you happy. Basically, happiness, as the monk says, the Buddha said, is not the goal. Contentment is. Can you wake up every day and be content and be good and enjoy your life? Okay, you don't have to be wildly happy drinking mojitos and going on brunches and banging a bunch of chicks. That's fine if that's what you want to do. And guys that do want to think get fulfillment from sleeping with as many chicks as they can find, I don't have a problem with that. Okay, I had advice from an older man when I was in my early 20s, and he had gone through it. He thought, he got a divorce and he started sleeping with a bunch of chicks, and he said, BGS, after after a while, basically you're fucking the same pussy with a different face, and that's all you're doing. And you know what? When I did my run through, guess what I found out? I was fucking the same pussy with different faces, and it didn't make me any happier, even more content. In fact, it actually stressed me out more because I didn't want to live my life chasing chicks or chasing tail. If I got enough to meet my needs, I was happy. I went and did other things. How many women, especially black women, spread contentment for complacency? Um, if you're doing it, yeah. If they're doing it, no. How many chicks do the same shit over and over again? Okay. Well, yeah, you're over 35. Yeah, you focused on goals. I said, I'm fucking until my balls hurt. I'm doing orgies until when I retire. If that makes you happy, that's fine. You know, but the thing is, evidently, you're not doing it now. So evidently, that's not what you want to do. If black men go monk mode to get their passports, black women will lose whatever powers they thought they had over black men. That is true, and I think that's what they want. What they thought they were going to get is women that advocated for the red pill or kind of tolerated the red pill. Is that they're going to get an improved version of the black men that they want, so the black men will come back to them, and some do, and some do. The thing is, eventually, are you going to get tired and shut the fuck up and stop with this what's all, as they call it, Keisha bashing? In other words, when are you going to stop talking about us? When are you going to stop engaging in this dynamic? In other words, as they call it, as they call the anti bitch, which going anti bitch is a good thing. Okay, is a good thing. And at the end of the day, they call it trauma bonding. In fact, I'm going to play some of the breakdown in a minute. They call it trauma bonding. I keep hearing that over and over again. I say, I think it was one stream had 5 psychologists in my stream, right? None of them call this shit trauma bonding. None. Called it trauma bonding. In fact, what they do call it is shadow work. Okay, digging your worldview out of your head, digging the worldview out of your head, changing your mind so that you can set yourself free. You can actually see women clearly and make a decision. That's what the red pill. That's what all the red pill really is. Can you actually identify women outside of your blue pill training and make a clear cut decision? That's what the red pill is about. And I can't get so many stories that guys were in marriages, uh, in relationships, and going to counseling. I just talked to a brother, man, that was in counseling for 10 years. Okay. For 10 years. And then the light turned on and he understood. Now, does he engage his red pill content as much as he used to? No. But the thing is, it allowed him to see himself and his world and women clearly and found out what the problem was. And guess what? For the most part, therapy didn't help him. Therapy doesn't help him because therapy comes from a point of view. Really, most therapists are white females, right? And white females do not understand a black male thought or a black male problem. Even black females don't understand black male problems. And I'm not gonna say who it is, but he was in therapy with a white female for years and didn't help him. Actually made things worse. And he didn't say what kind of therapist it was. I said as soon as he said it, what the problem was. I said, "Oh, she was a white female, wasn't she? And her worldview is not your worldview. And her solution to your problem doesn't fit because she doesn't see uh, your world and your worldview through your eyes. She can't because she's a white female." So therapy, and there's tons of brothers that have been in therapy that are in this space and couldn't figure it out until they came here and they heard other people in group therapy, if you want to call it that, and found out, one, I wasn't alone, and two, I wasn't crazy, and three, the problem was what I thought it was, and they solved it. So let me read some of your stuff. The divestiture swirlers teach each other black women weaponize them against black men by establishing ridiculous accusation complaints along with outlandish demands and expectation of high value black men. Fuck them. The thing is, and this is what the red pill is teaching them, is they don't matter. And this is something that Mr. Z was saying. You got 4 billion women on this planet, and a small group of black women that can't get it together. Cannot be what you want, don't matter. That's why that was the whole thing about the stepdaddy union. It wasn't about making people stepdaddies, encourage uh, people to be stepfathers. Wasn't about that. The thing is getting you the best deal for you first, and then everything else comes second. If you, like I said, if you're gonna take a bad deal, especially in this days, being a stepfather is probably a bad deal. Take the best bad deal possible. To be just so right, the Black Ministry has helped me in more ways than any therapy I've done. You have, I don't know about anybody else's channel, man. I've got so many therapists that I found studying this material, studying my channel. I can't swear by anybody else's channel. Studying the manuscript, because why does it work? Why do people cling to it? Why are black men, especially, coming to the Black manosphere? Why are white men coming to the Black manosphere? There has to be some kind of answer. I've had at least, yeah. People think that the real world is that, okay. I've been in therapy. It helped depend on the therapist, but this space did something totally different for me. In other words, it's called crowdsourcing. In other words, there's answers. If enough people work on the same problem at the same time, the answer will come faster. This is crowdsourcing. Found my brother therapist, some of the best. Yeah, yeah. That's the whole thing. Finding the right one. Well, you're supposed to be a utility for women. You're supposed to be that. That's the whole. That's the way the whole structure is built. Everybody has to do their part, and she has to do her part. The thing is, they haven't been doing their part. I do like in a chastity group therapy session sometimes being able to compare notes and know that I'm not completely crazy. Is amazing. It is. That was a great play. Yeah. Uh. Anyway, let me go ahead and play the breakdown and cut some of their stuff apart just a little bit, and then we're at 28, and then we're gonna go ahead and open up for people that actually want to get in on and reply. I I don't know if Doc will go longer if Doc is not on, but if Doc is on, then we'll have to cut it short. Share screen. All right. All right. Let me go full screen on this one. This is the breakdown, the woman's perspective. I didn't put the link in the chat or link in the description yet, but thing is this, as always, if we use their stuff, go check them out. At least give them a like. At least give them a like on their video, okay?
Employ logic. There should never be.
Let me go back this up a little bit, because what she's saying, a critique, I want to be important, because what she's saying, we'll chop it up.
Together is men and building together is men. It's always been, You know what it's been about?
What?
Let's get over here and talk about these bitches so everybody can see, that there is some bad black bitches out here and that the men ain't always been wrong about these hoes. But then when it comes down to actually putting in work and actually lobbying for shit that's going to change shit.
In other words, what do you think the black male uh, political agenda is about, right? People, and this is the thing that pisses me off. People think agendas and stuff, political agendas, actually get built overnight. It took 100 years for civil rights, 100 years, right? For union rights, man. Union rights in the United States, they fought 120 years for that shit. Okay. Feminism started in 1804. It takes centuries and decades to get something done, right? It doesn't just start. Okay, MRAs have been fighting for amendments. Black men have been fighting for rights and amendments for years, for like 20 years, right? So an online entity as such as a black manosphere, which really has only been around if you really count it for like 13 years, if you really counted the iteration from what I've been at since 2015. Doesn't happen overnight. You have to build that shit up. It doesn't happen just because you snap a finger. Okay. And basically what women fought for, what black women fought for, they had to have the aid of white women. Okay. They didn't do it on their own. But continuing.
For y'all, a lot of times y'all don't do shit but sit around and wait for white men to get up on they shit, and y'all looking for them to do the work for y'all, and then y'all looking for black women to do the work for y'all. Y'all want black women to do the motherfucking rally, and then when black women say fuck, we ain't doing that shit, bitches ain't shit, bitches ain't.
How many black men during civil rights got hung, got disappeared, got shot, got bit? Okay. Women have never led anything for black men. Okay. And as soon as they got civil rights, as soon as white women aided them, because trust and believe, anything that black women have, Miss Ann handed down to them. Miss Ann handed down gender rights. Black women have never fought for their rights. Okay, in mass, never fought for their rights in mass. Even BLM is fake. Okay, I don't see none of them BLM women going missing like them brothers did in St. Louis. So that's bullshit. It's bullshit. They're not even accurate. Continuing. That's feminist shit.
Ain't never gonna be shit. These bitches don't care about the black men. They don't never care about the black men. They want us to do. They want no, no, no. Y'all got to do it yourselves. You
Thank
got
you.
to.
Thank you. Thank you. You got to do it yourself. Exactly. You hear that? You hear that, black men? Coming out of a woman's mouth. And she's fairer than most, okay? What have we said? What have I told you from the very beginning, right? What have I told you from the very beginning? What has Doc told you? Dr. T told you? What has Dr. Gigi told you? They're not going to help you. They're not going to help you. They fight you over your children. They're not going to help you. They're there to keep their self elevated. You're a step stool for them. I've been telling you that. But the thing is, guess what? Y'all don't listen. Oh, if we just talk to them, talk to the sisters, get along with the sisters, be a better man, earn 6 figures, blah, 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 blah. They'll learn to respect us. Okay, keep it up.
Do it yourself.
You
You got to
know,
get out and do the work. Women ain't gonna work for y'all. Not
See?
like
I,
women in your family will work for y'all.
In other words, white women, and I've said this, okay? And I told this to May. A Jewish woman, a white woman, a Latin woman, Asian woman will not allow you to abuse her boys. Will not allow you to actually undereducate her boys. Will not allow you to actually let her men and let her boys go to prison in the numbers that black women do. They will not. Try to uneducate a Jewish or Asian woman's son and see what happens. That's unleash a tiger. Okay, they won't allow it. But black women at all levels, when I talked about just at lower levels, even the elite levels, do not care about their sons. Low level contempt and hatred of black men on display right here. Keep listening. And these women actually better than most. They're actually black men identified, actually fairer than most. But just listen. And these are some of the best. Let's put it this way. These are some of the best. I'll say that these are some of the best women, black women that you'll find. Listen to what comes out of their mouths.
You know, I have a few things. So from the, I think that you had some solid points. You have some solid points. I wanted to say though, from my understanding, I thought the Show Your Work campaign was also about men elevating. Like when I used to hear C Boogie talking about it, I thought it was also about men showing their work as it relates to getting in the gym. I've heard, men in the space challenging men, saying that men should be working if you're a single man, that you should be working no less than 60 hours.
And that was Kevin Samuels that said that. Okay, you hated him too. Kevin Samuels said that. You hated him too. Did you like him? Did you support him? Did you use his content? Did you use his talking points? Okay, did you? You hated him too.
A week, that you should be elevating yourself and trying to build your bank account and things of that nature. Now, I can say that that was 2 movements ago in the space. I have not heard much about that.
And I say give them, like, if I use anybody's content, and this is just me, if I use anybody's content, the least I can do is encourage people to actually go like the damn video, okay? As payment for using their content. It's called being fair, Ray. Do you get that?
Since then, but what about the men who say that the manosphere is pro-man? That's why they push the passport bros movement so hard. What about the notion that that's why they're pushing the passport bros movement so hard, because they are
pushing pussy,
and
pushing
about
pussy,
the happiness.
Pushing pussy is the exact words for the passport bros. A lot of
see what I'm telling you. In other words, pushing pussy, as long as you pushing pussy for black women, is fine. Okay, for their own enrichment, for their own basically upliftment. Doing it for them is fine. Pushing pussy for somebody else that's not part of their group, what do you hear? See, listen to them.
Them ain't going over there to seek out relationships. That shit takes a lot. That takes a lot to really uproot your life. And shout out to the brothers that really are doing it, all 5 of.
Why do they have to do it the way you do it? If they want to go over and trick and it makes them happy, let them go over and trick and make them happy. They don't have to do it by your rules, okay? That's what I hate about brothers. Okay, white men, Latin men, Asian men do that for decades. For decades, nobody says shit. Black men go do it. For what, 5-10 years? People got a problem with it. Go ahead. Continuing.
Y'all, shout out to all 5 of y'all. Y'all really doing this shit. All 5 of y'all. They've been able to
see the low level contempt and hatred. You hear it. You hear me. You hear it. The denigration. You hear that?
Create a movement that's basically based on sex trafficking. Let's talk about what it really is.
Sex trafficking. See? All right.
Y'all ain't doing nothing but going over there to pay some other bitch to suck your dick.
So some other bitch, not this bitch. Not the bitch is here. Okay? Bitch is someplace else to suck your dick at 1/10 of the price, no less. But nobody says anything about Zion Williamson paying $62,000 a month for his chick. Nobody says that. Or Brittany Renner, or any one of the other chicks that get flown out. As long as you're tricking on them, they're cool with it. You take it outside someplace else, guess what? This is what you hear. See?
I get it. I'm not even mad at it. I'm not mad at it.
Yes, you are.
But y'all.
Yes, you are mad at it. You brought it up. You keep bringing it up.
I don't get to come back and be like, y'all these moral fucking creatures when y'all done left the fucking country and the fuck? No, no, no,
You see that
no.
they don't see. They don't understand. They're insufferable. Okay, they don't get it. They don't get it. But continuing.
Came in
Okay.
on some bullshit this morning. It's the Hennessy
Listen,
from
clearly
last
you
night.
got me
It ain't even
defending
me.
Negroes. Mhm.
It ain't even me,
Let me
girl. It's the Hennessy from last month.
let me
Bullshit.
ask you this.
Blame it on alcohol. Right. Okay.
I don't disagree with you. I absolutely think that this is a space that Black men have come to simply trauma dump with no sight of men being healed. I don't see anything wrong with men congregating and talking about their trauma, but there is no excuse me focus on men healing. And I think that that's where the danger is created. It is literally, men in the space focus on being essentially uniting against
Mr. Fantastic. So y'all cool with domestic hoes being paid, just not the foreign ones.
against Black women. And not only are they uniting against Black women, they will allow anyone in. They will rally around anyone who has anything negative to say about Black women, i.e. Pearl, i.e. any.
Pearl has never said anything negative about Black women, ever. Her is not race specific. But the thing is, they've always hated Pearl because she's white. Not because of what she said, because she's white. Anyway, continuing.
Foreigner who has anything negative to say about Black women. They'll invite you in, they'll elevate you, they'll even pedestalize you as long as you have something negative to also say about Black women. And I think that it's apparent that that is the primary focus. And a lot of times they'll say that, well, we have every right. This is our space. You can't tell us, what to do with our space and this, that, and the other. And we're not trying to tell you what to do with your space. We're simply pointing out.
Yes, you are trying to tell us what to do with our space. What do you think you just did?
The facts. We're simply highlighting what it is that we don't see that there's any.
You don't see it. But why don't you get your ass over here? And if you really want to do it, basically get your ass over here and try to help instead of critique. Try to help for a change. You're not trying to help. In other words, you try hurry up, nigga, and heal, and come back over here. It's really what it is. It's really what it is. Anyhow, continuing.
We don't see that. We don't view this space as a space for elevating men. We don't view this space as a.
You don't view it because you're a woman. You're a woman. You can't. What did I say? They don't have the capacity to actually understand the red pill. Okay, just like Gigi was telling me, because it's not in them. Okay, because it's not in them. Continuing.
Space for catapulting men, a space for building, a space for coming together, and even elevation of the space. Wasn't it a white man who trademarked the space? They're literally leaving money and leaving dollars on the table as it relates to the space, because there are other people who are able to capitalize off of this space when some of the.
Actually, the space was trademarked by a Black man. In fact, it was Kendra D's boyfriend. Okay, Kendra D's boyfriend actually trademarked the space. Actually, a Black man. But continuing.
The top creators in this space are not, because that's not what they're about. They're literally so hell bent on focusing on re-traumatizing men in the space who have had some sort of negative experience with Black women, that they're not concerned about building up the space or building up men in the space, which I find to be kind of odd.
It's like I don't necessarily think that that's what the space started out as. I really think it was a space that started off building. But
Anyway,
when it comes down to your brother doing better than you or making more money than you, getting more subs, getting more whatever's than you, then it becomes like, oh, this nigga doing this, so I gotta throw some salt on this nigga. That nigga doing that, so I gotta go throw some salt on.
They've been doing that, and you know, black men have been doing that for eons. Okay, it comes with the territory.
On him. And
they rock with the people that throw salt. They rock with the men that's anyhow. Continuing, we'll do a little bit more, and we're actually going to close it out. I probably have to do a whole reaction to this.
And it really comes down to the space started out as one thing, but what it has evolved to is something totally different. And what it has evolved to is a, dare I say it, a bitch fest. I want to come over here and complain about these hoes, and I want somebody to listen. Now that being said, I think everybody has a right to do whatever fucking content they want to do. If you have a right to trauma bond, but then when it actually comes down,
the thing is that trauma bonding shit by people that are non-psychologists, okay, non-psychologists. In fact, we had Maggie, had a 20-year psychologist, come up in this space, right, studying this space. She said nothing about trauma bonding. Zero. She actually liked it because she said we're actually doing shadow work. And she's not the only one. But the thing is, if we talk about our problems as trauma bonding instead of problem solving.
Down to building men and making sure that men are good and men are straight, and you're building businesses, you're building communities, wherever the fuck you do it.
In other words, businesses and communities to actually enrich and help whom? Help whom? Help whom? Resources, right? Money and resources to help whom?
That shit ain't happening like it's supposed to be over here. It's not. It's not. And then y'all.
How do they know? How do they know? They're telling you what to do with your space. They're critiquing it from a woman's standpoint. Low-level contempt and hatred. Y'all still ain't shit. Just go ahead and say it.
Could talk about the 5 channels that do really try to help me. Y'all could talk about them. Salute to them. It ain't no hate, but y'all ain't gonna piss on our head and tell us it's raining when it really comes down to what the space is about versus what it's actually doing. And the space is just anti-bitch. It's not a pro-male space. It's an anti-bitch space.
Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. Literally 0.5%, 0.1% of the channels in the space are about building, and y'all can literally name those two, 3 channels off the top of your head. But I do find it interesting that the other channels in the channels in the space that shame other men for having, content that does not align with their own content. That's the strangest thing. If this was a pro-man space,
and a lot of their benefactors are those people, believe it or not. But give it a couple of more minutes, and actually going to allow people up.
You will respect other men's right to make content that does not align with your content. You would not find it offensive. You would not, denigrate other men who make content that does not align with your content. You literally will berate men for the channels they decide to visit in the space. You will berate other men for giving to other channels but not giving to your channel, and literally, ostracize them and call them out, and
and those are the people that who actually give them money, that are subs to them, that have wrenches in their space, but anyway.
Do all the things which I find to be very interesting. And then the constant infighting, and literally it won't have anything to do with women. Like they'll say, oh, women are
at least that's not anti-bitch.
The basis for everything evil in the Black community, everything wrong in the Black community.
Before we got here.
Literally, and women won't even be involved, but you'll see, constant infighting in the space too. So that's how you know that, there are deeper issues, and, it's apparent that it's not pro-man, and, the evidence is there. And I saw why, the Black Lizard was saying we really believe it, but I don't think anything that we've said is false. Like, we're not just, throwing out hyperbole. We're not just like making stuff up. Like literally, we've been here for a very long time. Like,
and they don't understand it, and that's the problem. They don't understand it. Not all that ramble before, especially with the passport bros. That means you understood it. All right. Anyway, let me go ahead and cut this off. I'll do this later, and we'll invite people up. And let me see if Dr. Gigi doing anything, and then we'll if he's not doing anything, then we'll have more time. If not, we only got about 20 minutes. Let's see if Dr. Gigi's doing anything. Not yet. Dr. Gigi, if you're actually listening, let me know if you're going to run today or not. Anyhow, let me go ahead and invite some people up. And we can get the party started. That's what I'm talking about. They don't understand the red pill. And they don't understand the space. So there's the link. If you guys want to come up, I'll read questions until you do. There he is. What up, Doc?
What's cracking with you? What's up? Yeah.
You got it.
Hold on, let me turn the YouTube off so I don't get no doubles and echoes, man. What's going on? How are you, man?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Like you said, they're insular, you know, as you said they were. And they can't absorb what we're doing.
These are the same women. Like, okay, so one of the things that's funny to me is that they are like intimately connected, socially connected to a content creator who does the exact opposite of what they say they ought to see in the manosphere. Namely, you know, different men with different perspectives on issues and things of this nature, not being subjected to slander, ad hominem attacks, and so on and so forth. The people that you're family members with and connected with, linked to socially, or going so far as to say that they will plant evidence on people that they disagree with in terms of values in the manosphere.
I know.
And then not only that, look, what they're saying sounds to me like SBE kind of conversation. It sounds exactly like, you know, the people who are claiming SBE. Like they demand that the space be something that it's not. This space is not consisting of men who really don't have any professional development or any jobs or access to resources. These guys already have skills and resources.
They do.
That's not what they're here for. But they continuously talk about how we need to build ourselves up and how we need to get resources. Man, if somebody wants to get resources, they got Coursera. They got the Khan Academy. They got all kinds of online resources where guys can build up their skills. This is not what this place is for. Okay? To build up skills and resources. Like we're going to all of a sudden develop like what? Investment strategies? What we're going to develop a manosphere bank or something? This shit is ridiculous. I'm just saying, like what they're telling us. See, this is what happens, man, when you got women trying to terraform what men are doing. They're telling us what we ought to be doing. And what the fuck are y'all doing? Y'all basically all they do is chat and critique what the fuck we're over here doing. They don't even have a space of their own. Why are they not doing their own work in their own space? Doing shit, germane to them. That's what
basically the female space, you know, is actually doing more trauma bonding and more gassing up of women, you know, than us, and making more money.
What do you think feminism is, other than a whole bunch of motherfucking trauma bonding predicated upon lies? If you ask me, it ain't even predicated. I mean, I'm not gonna say none of it's true, okay, but they're not telling the entire truth. Okay, now we come and consciousness raise, and even if we do talk about what the fuck is going on in relation to trauma, joy, pain, whatever the fucking case may be, what the problem do you have with the shit? I mean, I'm gonna tell you what the problem is. First of all, this is my viewpoint on this. You got two married, aren't both of these chicks married, man?
Yes, they just got married.
So if y'all fucking married
and really encouraged by my channel, believe it or not.
If you got two women who are fucking married, and They already are out of the dating game
Mm-hmm.
and the mating game in relation to, you know, their own lives. What the fuck are you here for?
I can answer that question if I may. Professor, what's going on? I've been a big fan of your work. What this is really all about is control.
Yes,
You
sir.
see,
Yes,
the
sir.
black manosphere, what's different about the dispensation of time that we're in, and Professor, you know a lot better than me as an academic. For many decades, black women have been able to enjoy a de facto monopoly on how we talk about, for lack of a better way of putting it, Black love matters. That is to say, the relationship between black men and black women, how we get along or not. Black women have had a de facto monopoly on that for like almost 50 years. And it's changed. There was a time in our life where black men who did have a voice were heavily vetted by black women. So they had to go through the machine. They had to go through Essence. They had to go through Oprah, etc. That's no longer the case. Kevin Samuels, if I can use him as an example, did not require Oprah's permission, did not require Essence's approval, did not require Madame Noir's permission, did not require Steve Harvey's approval. He came directly out of the black manosphere, and others like him, myself, BGS, you, and many others, we don't require black women's permission or approval in order to get our views out and to build up a following. And that is the issue. We don't need to check in with them. We can say whatever we want to say, and we can say it how we want to say it. And that is the issue.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with you on that. I did a video a long time ago, and it was black men, you do not need permission to speak. And that's about anything you want to speak about. I don't care if it's about money, if it's about sex, if it's about, you know, education. You can speak about anything you want to speak about. You can speak about dating, mating, laws, policy, whatever you want to talk about. But they want to restrict what it is that you can say. And it's almost as if they're telling you what you can and cannot be irritated by, what you can and cannot have a problem with. And that's a problem. So I concur with you on that. Go ahead.
No, go right ahead. Go right ahead. Somebody
jump in.
No, I was thinking it was interesting as well, just in line with those 2 points that you guys made, is that, you know, they often talk about the effect of the manosphere, and they you know, this has been for the past 10 years. You guys are always talking about, what you guys should be doing is X, Y, Z, as if it's not having an effect or a positive effect, and yet we see, you know, the effects in terms of policy. Just because black women don't benefit from it doesn't mean black men aren't benefiting from it. We see changes in state law in Florida. We're seeing changes as far as mandatory DNA testing at birth and things of that nature. And so we're seeing changes across the board, and even these things being suggested as policy are things that black men are benefiting from. And I'm sure you guys have all gotten young men who have sent you private messages saying, thank you so much for your work. You've changed my life. I had someone personally tell me that they were contemplating suicide, you know, but by, you know, reading some posts and then getting put onto the manosphere and then watching videos from you guys such as yourselves, like they changed their perspective and they had a new. So, I mean, we are really having an effect on men's lives. Just because it's not the effect that they would like doesn't mean that it's not a positive impact for change for young men and older men alike.
Yeah. I just wanted to point. I'm not going to be long, but you said this long ago, BGS. Not too long ago, and it was to Cynthia G. But listen to the video. It's like they're talking like their respect is worth something.
Right.
What is a black woman's respect worth today?
Mm.
So it's like it goes back. So that's what it sounds like. Do this and we'll respect you. But it's like, fuck your respect, because it's really not worth nothing today anyway.
That was a good video too.
That was a great video.
She hated that
That's
one.
one of my all-time favorite rants of yours. Like, fuck your respect, because at the end of the day, it's not really worth anything. Fuck your respect. So you can talk all this. Oh, you haven't built anything. You haven't done anything. And like, why should we? Why should we build anything for you? Why should we? So I was like, yeah. So you can, they can take that bullshit and walk, because it doesn't mean anything anymore. Your respect didn't mean anything. You don't need your approval. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. What has it profited us by having your respect when we had it?
Exactly.
You're gonna still hate us and feel contemptuous of us. What does it do?
Yeah,
I mean, you heard it on display, and these are my girls, okay? These are my girls, okay? Listen to them talk, okay?
You said something really interesting earlier, yes, and you said that when it comes to like the collective of Asians, they're not going to throw their sons under the bus, the mothers of their children.
Okay? No, won't allow it. They won't allow it.
The Jews, they're not going to throw their Jewish sons under the bus, right? White women in general, like, they're not going to throw their boys under the bus. Now, they'll argue and fuss and fight, but my primary argument has been feminism in and of itself, as far as I'm concerned, especially, the second wave feminist movement after the Civil Rights Act, was a way for white people to come together to prevent black people from being able to have things. That's all it was, really. So what you see now, all of this women's empowerment was really a racial power move, to be perfectly, clear about it. That's how I perceive it.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's not. I mean, white people know how to say one thing but mean something entirely different. They know how to equivocate really well. Now, all I'm trying to say is we don't look after our own. We tear each other into pieces, man. And that's how the system has been set up and established. And they continue to buy into it as if somehow like they're magical.
Yeah.
They're
the thing is, everybody can network except who? Black men. Yeah.
Yep.
Designated underclass. Go ahead, bro. What's one?
Yeah, I agree with Gigi when he said this is all just acting SDE stuff. Like, ultimately, this is a lot of like when you talk about shame and guilt is heavy in the community. After you get done, we're sitting down, breaking down your life. Was it your financial, your life, your health, and worldview? After we're done breaking that down, you start feeling a lot of that shame and a lot of that guilt. And we're tired of you guys trying to break down and explain all the nonsense that's going on. And instead of like dealing with the critiques, it's just people are not used to, especially in the community and in my personal life, people are not used to just sitting down, and we're used to breaking down and critiquing men and atomizing them, but we're not used to doing it to women. And it really just makes them very, very uncomfortable. So going to your, the original point, is their original statement saying, is there a space for women in this space? I don't think there functionally is. Maybe the woman accountability, which to me is more like an adjacent type of space. But to be in here, it's just a lot of critique, and a lot of men can't take it. They can't take the reasonable critique that's going on in the space. So, for the women to be in it, I think it's mentally a lot. They're going to have to deal with a lot of that generational shame and guilt, that is coming in.
It's for them to deal with, man. At this point, man, basically, all I want you guys to see is to make a choice. Okay, they can't change that fast. This is who they are. Do you want them? Don't try to change them. Don't try to explain to them. Deal with them as they are, as best you can. If not, make a different choice.
BG, as I said to you earlier, and it sounds harsh, but it's just reality, man. The attitude and the disposition of Black women has been born out of slavery. Okay? Nowhere else on the planet are you going to find any group of women with these kind of like over-the-top attitudes towards their own male counterparts in their population. You're not going to see it. Okay? This is concubine culture, man.
It is.
At the end of the day,
let me ask this question to the guy coming. Is this the amazing Luke? Is this the real one? If not, I got to drop you off. Speak up.
Yeah, it's the real one.
It's the real one. Okay. I'm making sure, man. There's a lot of trolls. Okay.
Yeah, there always are.
Okay. Go ahead. Finish, Gigi. We get Lucas after you.
No, all I'm saying is, man, at some point, black men have basically said concubine culture and attitudinal, displays and overtures are not acceptable. It's not something we like. It's not indicative of strength. It's indicative of, it's an offshoot and a product of concubine culture. It just is what it is. Okay?
And it's going global, and that's the problem with it. It's going global. Concubine culture is spreading, and like I said, Clark was trying to tell us, tangible pathology, right? If you let it get out and don't correct it, it's going to spread. Now it's throughout the whole culture.
Hey man, you can be proud about something, or you can be proud about foolishness.
Lowest common denominator now. That's where we're at. And black women are actually upholding that. They upheld Kiki Palmer. What she did. It's like that's the way it is. Okay, that's what we're on right now. So,
I mean, you just had a woman who went to the UAE. And she was on some thought, the boss lady. Yeah. I don't want to curse on your show because it's just your show, but
no, you curse. You know how it is.
Boss bitch.
Yeah.
Overly sexualized, attitudinal behavior and overtures. Mm-hmm. She went to the UAE with that energy, and they locked her ass up for it.
As they should. Yeah.
But see, this is the norms related to black culture in America. This is what it is. I mean, they say from the womb to the tomb, this is how it is.
Yeah. That's why I said, that's the way they've been socialized, man, for the last 50 years. They've been socialized that way. Go ahead, jump in, Lucas.
One thing I want to know is, are you guys for the group, or are we talking from an individual mindset here?
It depends on what angle you're coming at.
Well, it depends on the angle of us all being black men. So the black men on this panel, are you all talking from the group, or are you talking from an individual perspective?
We're talking from the group. This is a group think now.
Okay, so if we're talking for the group as black men, we need to be leaders of the community. So what I'm hearing is a lot of generalization of black women. And that's not my experience with black women. So what that leads me to believe is that some of you guys have a shortcoming when it comes to vetting proper black women. Because not all black women are of this culture.
Hold on a second. Go prove that, okay? Because we have, okay?
Go prove what?
That this is actually indicative of most, I would say 90% of black women.
Do you have any data to support that?
No. Yes, it's called the Negro. What is it? Philadelphia Negro, the black family by Du Bois. Okay.
No, I'm talking about recent data. I don't know anything about Du Bois. Do you have any recent data that supports your claim?
Lucas, do you understand culture?
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Okay, can you give me something I can cite? Is this FBI? Is this census data? What are we looking at?
It's all that. It's all that.
No, it's not all that. Just give me one.
Give you one. Okay.
Yes.
Why are black women the most divorced and the least married? Okay. Have the most out of wedlock.
Hold on, let's look into that. What is that data from? And let's contextualize it, right? Because the same can be said for black men. There's a lot of data out there. No, hold on. The point that I'm making. The point that I'm making.
Lucas, listen.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Lucas,
it's my show. Listen, okay? You asked a question. The data is there. We've shown the data.
The data is not there, bro. Because what you do. Hold on. Let me. Bro, you gotta let me talk, right? You gotta let me talk. Let me.
Lucas, I don't have to let you talk,
bro. Then you.
That's the problem.
I was
go ahead, man.
All that shit is simp talk, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I understand. I understand men's, desire to rush in and to save and to play the motherfucking Captain Save a hole, to play it all out. I understand it. Okay, I get it. But at the end of the day, man, anybody who does not admit that there is a cultural attitudinal problem and there's some sort of issue, a rift between black men and black women on a general scale, if somebody says that doesn't exist because it's something, a personal flaw within you, first and foremost, man, this is not just something, the attitudinal disposition is not just reflected in intimate relationships. This motherfuckers don't understand. They keep resorting and reducing this shit to intimate relationships. This moves to familial, like, structures. Okay? Now, who's the head of familial structures in the United States?
You got your camera on, Sauchi. You want your camera on or not? It's up to you. All right.
So all I'm saying is this is larger than intimate personal relationships that people have with various, women. Like the head of the household, we've gone over this, man. The head of the household in the Black community, 9 times out of 10 in today's culture is going to be a Black single mother, man.
Yes.
Yeah. It just is the way that it is. And if she it's just like patriarchy. If she has all the control and you have none, and then she has institutional support, then you're going to have an imbalance of power as it pertains to social relationships. Bottom line. And you have to admit that. You have to acknowledge it. This is factual. It is what it is.
But most
now,
of
we
the time,
already know. And for people to say, hold on, somebody's talking while I'm talking. So
no, go. I got it.
Go ahead, Gigi. You got it.
The only thing I'm gonna say, and then I'm out of here, man, because I'm trying to eat. But the point is, man,
what you eating, man?
I'm eating a hamburger and fries right now. But the issue is, look, for somebody to argue that there is no problem, okay, between Black men and women, they just don't want to see it. Okay, and then we're not talking about anecdotal evidence here and there, and like the women that you're choosing. We're looking at evidence, okay, across the board. Do Black women have a problem with Black men? We know that they do, predicated upon slavery, Jim Crow, and second wave feminism. We already know what the issues are.
Yeah.
Now you got to, as a man, you got to determine for yourself what you will put up with, what you will accept, and what you will not. And it's okay for you to have conversations with other men to determine the standard because they're doing this shit. They've been doing this shit for the past 50 to 60 years.
Yeah.
They've been developing standards, coming up with value systems, norms, and all of this related to you and your behavior and what the fuck they say you're doing. But as soon as you even begin to reach the precipice of talking about what the fuck they're doing, it becomes a problem. It's injustice. It's generalization. It's inaccurate. Everybody wants all this fucking data. You didn't want data from these bitches, but now you want data from all of us.
and we gave him data. We gave him data. And guess what he did?
Yeah.
He tried to refute it. Yeah.
He wanted to contextualize it, whatever that means.
Yeah. Finish it.
He said it was too old.
Anyway, finish GG. You got PhD privilege. Go ahead, man.
No, you go ahead, man.
No.
I'm about to drop my fries in this hot ass grease. Hey, contrary to the stereotypes, Black men know how to do domestic shit. I know how to cook, clean, and all that shit. My goddamn self.
Are you doing a show today, GG? Doing a show?
No, I'm gonna chill, man. Y'all go ahead. I want to hear this.
Hey, GG, can a fellow agree to get some of the fries, man?
Oh, my brother, you gonna have to get your own.
All right. Who's next? Thanks, GG.
BGS, you might make a short comment, then peace out myself.
Go ahead.
All I was gonna say is there's a study called Married Black Women Are Not Married. And in that study,
Davi, you got to repeat that. We bored for a second, so repeat what you just said.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Cool. So there's a study, a very recent study entitled "Married Black Men's Opinions as to Why Black Women Are Not Married." Goes over and itemizes almost many of the same points that reiterate in the manosphere. And these men have never heard of the manosphere. And in that same study, in the introductory material, they have links and they have references to other studies where Black women explicitly state their own opinions as to why they're not married, and it aligns exactly what these Black men are saying about their attitude, their disposition. These are all things that are well documented, well studied, and people could say, well, this, it's because there's a white researcher that's doing it. You have Black researchers on it too, Black female researchers on it too. I mean, these are things that are well known, well documented in the academic space. Just people just ignore those studies. They just don't reference them. They don't give them citations because it makes black women look bad. But all this stuff is in writing, and that's a recent study. It's within 7 years. So everything going back to Du Bois, actually before in slave documentation and black women's attitudes back then, all the way up to 2022. I mean,
yeah.
you can't deny the stuff. It's just, that's all I got to say, man.
Can I ask Dave SBM to please post that link to that study in the back chat, please? I'd like to take a look at that.
I think he's driving, but if you get a chance, Davi, you're driving, right, Davi?
Well, I just pulled over. Can I paste links back here?
You can paste, in the private chat.
Cool. I'm gonna paste it. Give me a second.
If you type your name in the chat, I'll actually give you a wrench.
Cool. Yeah, let me type my name. All right, give me a sec.
Okay. All right.
I mean, so just to piggyback off what you were saying earlier, BGS, it's like, yeah, they don't understand the red pill, this mindset. And the funny thing about it is, we have a better understanding of feminism than they do.
Yeah.
That's the ironic part about all this.
I wanted Amazing Lucas to have a conversation instead of giving us a speech.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for myself.
Yeah, and I had hoped he was actually going to come in with the open mind, but I guess
I could have went along with Lucas. Listen, if you want to say to me, I'll use me. If you want to say to me, oh, Obsidian, the reason why you're having problems is you're not picking women correctly. Fine. How do you explain the fact that, as BGS pointed out, how do you explain the fact that black women are the least partnered, the most divorced, the most in school debt, the heaviest? I'm responsible for all the black women too? How do you explain that?
Yeah.
How?
You can't. And the thing is that, if you're going to come up into this space, what I hate is people trying to throw their dick and their balls on the table. Okay, I got a small channel, but I don't accept that from nobody. Okay, nobody. I don't care if I have 50 people as subs. I don't accept that from nobody. Come in and have a conversation. You ask for evidence, they give you evidence, but that don't mean nothing. Okay, no, get the fuck out of here. Anyway,
See, but adding to that, BGS, I would just throw in is that what he was doing, it was an immediate deflection, trying to move it from fact to a narrative. And that's even because I'm married. All right. And the part that we have a hard time dealing with is that when you go with other couples, they get the building your house up thing. They get their philosophy is all over the place. Like when you're getting something I grabbed from Stouchy, it's like when you're analyzing their financial, their work, their health philosophy, and then their worldview. Most people, two of those are going to be corroded, and it's not going to be effective and made on being productive and building. And if you can't even get the conversation when you sit there and talk to them, which is where it just seemed like he's trying to avoid what a part of these philosophies that they're expressing actually build functional household.
Yeah.
All right.
He asked for that. He asked for evidence. I was giving the evidence, but he wouldn't take it. He wanted to talk. He could have just said, I want to give a speech up front instead of asking questions. Okay. I want to give a speech. I don't see it that way. I'd have let him. Okay. Out of respect.
I think this is the frustrating part. I would love to hear your start talking about the myth of white manhood. Because
I did that for a second, but I might revise that again because it's different how we go about it. But I might do it again. I might revise it. I have to think about it.
I need to hear it, man, because there's a lot of this, and you're talking to other guys, especially in the married state. It is really tough to pull them from narrative thinking and like tell them like, look, you're supposed to have your philosophy is actually supposed to be built on an effective game plan.
Well, you know
it's
what?
not supposed to be a fantasy story.
I don't like to mess with people that are happy. If you're happily married and the blue pills are working for you, I don't like taking people off of blue pills. I don't like freeing a mind that's not necessary. If you're happy and your wife and kids are happy and everything's working for you, I'm not gonna mess with you. I tell them, you stay over there. Don't come over here. We're gonna actually fuck up your head. Stay over there. Stay over there where
And
you're at.
that's the hard part right there. Is that I was like, I cannot. You'll get to a point where, like you said, they have to say all this stuff in the background. And it's like
Yeah.
I can't really express to you. I can't really. I don't want to mess up what you're going. 'Cause I'm not in the business of breaking down black families. So if this is what works for your household, then so be it. But
Yeah.
you're not assuring yourself against some of these risks that are out there. And I'm not. Just live in the narrative, man. Just live in the narrative.
Yeah.
From breaking up your narrative.
Davy actually put the link up in the back chat for you, Obsidian, if you see it.
Okay. Thanks.
I'll post the link for the study in the chat.
By the way, BGS, how you doing, sir?
I am doing good, sir.
Man, you doing the Lord's work over here.
or the devil's details. I don't know which one it is, but
so to the brother that attempted to come up and say we don't have the data is in the CDC, the Bureau of the Census. It's in blackdemographics.com, and it's even from black men themselves. I shared with Obsidian this morning a panel of professional black women having a discussion, enumerating, basically saying that they prioritize their personal
you bored for a second, Pablo.
relationships
Okay.
over partnering and marriage and all of that stuff. Black women highly value their individual freedoms. So that's why you see Keke Palmer go out and wear a skimpy dress and do that. And you see most of the women support her in that. Why? They would rather be free from any type of restraint than to be partnered. If the partnership requires that they monitor themselves in any way, they don't want it.
Yeah.
And I said that to Obsidian. Obsidian, if you could share it with BGS, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll put it in the back chat.
Okay.
Yeah, my issue.
Go ahead. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, my issue is this, because when I saw Lucas come up, I was like, okay, this is going to be an opportunity. We got two brothers with different points of view. Let's have a discussion. But then when he came up and threw his dick on the table, and it was just like, damn, brother, why did you do this kind of crap? Because we see too much of this stuff basically upending the potential to really have a discussion. And it's what really pisses me off about what he did is he's a man who claims Christianity. He's said it many times on his channel. Then he knows that you don't go into somebody else's house and act the fool.
Right.
That's a no-no. That's
line.
A big no-no.
Yes. So he had a missed opportunity because he wanted to come in here and, and just filibuster. And I'm not going to go to his channel because I used to watch his channel, but, he was just, the shit that he was saying just wasn't adding up.
He asked if you ask a question and get an answer, but you don't want the answer.
Yeah, that was the problem that I had, because we hear that too much in this space when dudes are like, you got people who want to listen. I'm part of the audience out there. I want to hear what you have to say, brother. But I ain't down for this nigga shit, basically.
I didn't expect it out of him. I thought it was going to be more nuanced and reasonable, but he got emotional. I was kind of surprised.
Yeah, well, I will say he's, if there was a dichotomy between red and blue pill, he's definitely on the blue pill side. That's pretty much what I expected when he came up. I just don't understand, on the manosphere, I've seen a lot of people have conversations of opposing sides, and they're able to, at least one side, which is typically the manosphere side, they're able to hold and host the conversation, while usually the opposition, which are typically more leaning blue pill, they react emotionally. They want to filibuster. They want the word salad. They want to change the narrative. They want to put things in context. But there's no context for facts. Whenever we say something, that's pretty much, just the empirical data. And even if you don't know the data, as long as you got eyes, you can observe objectively things that happen here in Florida to Memphis, as far as female nature to around the world, or black female fuckery that happens pretty much here in America. You could just see it all, even if you don't have the stats.
Things we got 5 PhDs and we got like maybe 100,000 men. We can actually do our own study if we really want to.
Correct. That's right. We
might have to do that. I talked to Dr. J about this.
We need to do our own in-house study, and that's what I encourage us to do. We need to have our own think tank. We already working on the political front. We need to have our own research think tank. That's what I'm moving towards.
Yeah, and I actually talked to Dr. Maggie, who was a white psychologist. She said we have enough to actually do our own study.
Yeah, in fact, Hood Scholar did a study a while ago.
Huh? Say what? Excuse me?
I'm sorry, I was saying Hood Scholar did a survey a while ago. Remember Blame a Black Man study, his survey, and the survey 5,000 black men, I believe. Like, that's significant statistical power.
Yes.
And all these black men are saying like, yeah, I haven't gone a single day without being blamed for something. So it's like we have the data. I mean, our brother, Dr. Tiasan Johnson, brought this out also that Kevin Samuels at the height of his channel had, if I recall correctly, like 2.5 million.
Yeah.
And it's like that's bigger than some of the biggest mega pastors in the country. I forget the names of them, but like comparatively, it's huge. So you can't dismiss 2.5 million people. Like, any other demographic with that, I mean, with that magnitude or quantity, would be taken seriously. Their concerns would be considered. But when it comes to black men,
he was, and globally too. It didn't stop there. What do you think Andrew Tate is in jail for? Trying to take his spot. It's global. So yeah, we take it seriously. But go ahead.
No, I'm saying, you're right.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to add this, man. Make it quick. I think in a lot of ways, sometimes I give people the benefit of the doubt, and I think we're when we say red pill, we're kind of misleading them a little bit. What we should tell them what it really is. It's a red suppository, bro. All right, it's not comfortable. It's not going to be comfortable. Learning this stuff is not comfortable. Even after first learning about the space, I done filled up my Audible in my library full of these books, so I have to catch up on this information because I just I didn't know about it, and now I have to take the time to read it. And that's the part that I think a lot of people coming out of that is going to have a hard time, is that there's an intellectual whooping that's basically around the corner if you're not well read and you're trying to get into these spaces like everything's all equal and we're all going to share stories around the campfire. But that's not the case. People are really looking at what's going on. They're really well researched. There's a lot of well researched brothers in this space. And we're not going to let you just come in and create a Dr. Seuss story. Like, you just got to stick to the points. You let them get critiqued. If you can come back. If you can't, take the L, read up, and see if your philosophy actually stands. It actually stands on its own. But that part is very uncomfortable. And that's where I give them a little bit of grace in that sense. It's a very uncomfortable process, and it takes time.
Changing anybody's worldview takes time, a lot of work, and a lot of pain. Okay, it does. It doesn't happen overnight.
What'd you say, herding cats, huh?
Gosh, we just had one, man. He's a cat herding cats. Okay, he proved he's a black man. There's no doubt about it. Sounded like one.
Well, what's interesting about this space that makes it so unique is that it not only changes and challenges one's worldview, but it affirms their experiences. It's so much as black men, we've had these experiences. We've basically been told that, like this guy came and said, well, that's just you guys. Like, and we all laughed him off the panel because we know that's not the case, right? But they've been taught this worldview that doesn't even align with their own experiences. And so that's what makes this space so powerful, that you rarely get a man who comes in here red pill and then goes out, I'm just going to be blue pill, and he goes out blue pill again. They normally come back with what? The red pill rage 2.0. They come back the second time, because once your worldview gets changed and then it aligns with what you've actually seen in real life, you can't really go back.
Yeah.
And the other part about that is it's just not this space only because I mean you have to go back to what you got to talk to people like Dr. Helen Smith or Warren Farrell. It's not just the black men going through this shit.
No, it's global now. Yeah.
It's global. And so, you know, I wish he had that same smoke for those white guys over there who were saying the same shit, like the whatever show. But I don't see them over there calling them crazy.
I don't understand. The thing is, he got madder when actually presented evidence.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
And then he tried to invalidate them.
Yeah, what studies did they come from? Where they come? I started naming. He said he started wanting to yell over me. He said, "Come on, man! It's like
And he was the one who had a position. It's like, he didn't even defend his own position with evidence. It's like, what?
I know.
Well, because we're supposed to assume that their narrative, if I may, real quick, thank you for having me on here, BGS, and how you gentlemen doing? It's an honor to be on here with you brothers. That statement about it being a suppository, man, that was fucking bars. All right, let me give you your flowers now, because goddamn. But I'm gonna make this real quick because I really want to listen in. I'm sorry, Miss Gigi, but he made some powerful statements as well. Listen, the only people on this planet I'll ever give the benefit of the doubt to is black men. Okay. That being said, it's clear to me, at least, and I might differ with you a little bit on this dead set, that no, this man simply was just another case with a brother with a battery in his back. He gave away his position early on. You know, what I'm hearing is you guys are talking about your personal experiences. You guys may have your own issues. You know that general tactic they like to use, essentially saying you guys, who hurt you, essentially. And so, you know, and when we see this, you know, it's just, look, it's gynocrat. He's a gynocrat. He's fighting for the gynocracy, and that's all it is. I take no offense at this point. You know, these brothers, they love this. They love their sisterhood. They love their mamas, you know, and all that. As if we, I mean, obviously we do as well, but it's just we have boundaries. We establish rules for ourselves. It's sad to see.
But as a big content creator, I expected more manners from him. Okay?
Exactly.
I mean, to respect your panel, to respect your channel, your platform, is it? Look, black men, we don't deserve any respect in the eyes of the gynocrats. Okay, there's nothing. I mean, and it's become abundantly clear. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what you've done. You know what I'm saying? Let's use Robert Smith, for example. It doesn't matter. It's all, what did Angry Man say? It's about what you haven't done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's always about what you ain't done.
Yeah. What is it, Janet Jackson? What have you done for me lately?
Exactly. So, I mean, ultimately, you know, when these gynocrats, they do see the effect. There's no other reason why he would come here. Right? There's no other reason why he'd come here. They're seeing the effect of the things that are being said. They're seeing the youth, the youngins, regurgitate these things. And they look, and the key is these youngins have never heard of the Red Pill. I've never heard of BGS's channel. I've never heard of Angry Man. I've never heard of Obsidian. You know what I'm saying? But they're regurgitating the same perspective and views. And so they're seeing these.
How did he find me? How did he find me? I'm a little channel. How did he find me?
Oh, he tracked you down. He had to. Hey, where are these points coming from? You know what I'm saying? Where are these? I mean, honestly, BGS, I think you can agree to this. These guys up there, they know about the manosphere. They know about the Red Pill. They know about it.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
As you said before, what do you call that? The educated class. What do you call them again?
Yeah, the academia. They know about us. Yeah.
They know about you guys. So it's, I mean, it's not too hard to find it. You know what I'm saying? It's not too hard for people of that status or in those positions to find you guys. But essentially what I was trying to say is that he has a battery in his back. I have to shut these men up. I need to tell these men off. I need to tell these men, hey, you know, you're hurting me. You're hurting our community. You know what I'm saying? You're hurting the gynocracy chiefly, and you're shaming our women, which is the number one rule of the gynocracy. Don't ever shame the women.
Tell them to walk a mile in my shoes. That's all I'm gonna say. Walk a mile in
you
my
know,
shoes.
you have to go through what you're going through, brother. You have to, for the sake of the gynocracy. You heard Umar. Your whole existence is predicated on supporting and enabling and maintaining the structure of the gynocracy. Don't worry about your happiness. You know what I'm saying? But I've already said a mouthful. I got a bunch of distinguished brothers on this panel. Let me fall back and keep listening. And plus, I'm at work, so thank you guys for being up here.
All right, appreciate you, Gabar.
That is a great part that you brought out.
If I could just butt in just real quick.
Go ahead.
administrative point of order. Listen, fellas, we got over 500 people watching right here. Please hit that like button. BGS didn't ask me to do this. He ain't paying me to do this. Please hit that like button. This is very important. Get it into the bloodstream of YouTube. The YouTube is a male platform. This is the reason why I came to YouTube, because I did my homework and found, see, Facebook is largely female. Instagram is largely female. TikTok is largely female. But YouTube is a platform that is particularly uniquely positioned for the Black manosphere. Why do you think the Black manosphere? This is our stronghold, man. Get the word out. Please hit that like button. We need to have at least 500 likes so we can get it into the algorithm and get the message out. Please hit that like button. Please hit that share button. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I thought an interesting point he brought out, particularly about the power of the manosphere, and particularly in reaching the hearts and minds of Black men and even young Black men, because while this is a small space, it uniquely caters to the niche of Black men in a pro-Black male perspective that no other space ever has ever done or is doing. And so many of these women, even the way they were speaking on the panel, sound very scared about the power and influence that this space has, because they can see they're clearly losing control over Black men in general. And we can see the influence even in Stacey Abrams' election, how the verbiage and language of this space influenced some of the Black men that were interviewed as to whether they were going to vote for Stacey Abrams or et cetera and so forth. So this space has power, impact even politically, which is why it's getting attention.
What are Democrats saying, right? Okay, they have a man problem, right? What do we say?
Oh yes, they have a man problem.
They have a man problem,
Yes, and the timing of those articles is very peculiar, because they didn't say anything about that until after the manosphere started saying, "Oh yeah, this is your problem. This is the problem you're going to have." And sure enough, they had that problem, and now they're saying what? Just like you said, we got a man problem now. I mean,
the Ice Cube effect is going national now.
This space is powerful, way more powerful than others want to give credit for. But they feel the impact of it, which is why they feel the need to try to address it. Before they were laughing at it, they tried to ignore it.
Oh yeah, we got dismissed. Okay, you little peons. Okay, you guys know what you're talking about. You guys can't do nothing. Nobody listens to you. Who cares about y'all?
That's a
How
funny
do you
thing
like
about.
now? Go ahead.
It's a funny thing about anecdotes, though, because anecdotes really start to have a lot of potency where you have 10,000, 100,000, a million men saying the same thing. You can't call them anecdotes anymore after that.
Yep.
Facts. And
anything over 5,000 is statistically powerful. We got way more than that.
We got way more than that. Yeah. Go ahead, Tony.
And another thing about the Black manosphere and the power is gaining. You guys are right. The women are definitely realizing it, because you have women who are associated with somebody in here, or they may have been in here. And maybe in the last month, we had the Sister George conversation BGS was just showing, Courtney and Michelle calling the Redpill Big Pharma, even though she apparently was a part of it. Chantel Simone just did a video about that on that hypocrisy. So it's getting to a point where now they're going to speak about it because it's bigger than what they thought. And they kind of want to try to tell us what the manosphere should be. Oh, you're not healing anybody, so on and so forth. That's not what the manosphere is about. That's not what manhood is about. The red pill aspect of the manosphere is to put the truth out there, share our experiences, and the people who thrive, they thrive, and the people who don't, they just don't. And I think that's the best thing about the manosphere is you either make it if you make it, and you don't with the knowledge you get from here.
All the psychologists I've talked to said this is healing. I don't know what they're talking about.
Wow.
High Scholar is actually in here, right? He's one of those people, right? He said it actually is healing.
Yeah. It's interesting too that they often bring up that, oh, well, a common trope is, well, you're not building anything. And yet the manosphere has built all these channels. Obsidian has built a radio station. This space has built an entire culture. Dr. Johnson is building a link with this space, right? I mean, we built literature, a body of literature with Obsidian's books, the books of others. And Dr. Johnson released a book, Tommy Curry's book. Although he's not expressly part of the manosphere, still material for Black men. And so all together, we've built plenty. I mean, even if you look at SYSBM, they're literally building families, like whole families and communities. But there's plenty of building going on here.
Passport Bros alone is global. That came from here by one of our members. It's global. Global. And so global. Other races of men are actually picking up on it. That's how global it is.
Yeah, they call themselves now the Passport Bros.
Yeah, white women are actually about the Passport Bros heavily.
Oh, it's so bad now that they're starting to follow these dudes overseas.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. The black one already there. Bad.
Not just black women, white women too. They follow their dudes overseas too.
Oh yeah. So you Negroes started something.
Don't we always?
Unfortunately, sometimes not always good, but thing is, sometimes it is. Okay, we're trendsetters.
Yeah, I like to interject.
But
they just only shined a light on a problem that was already there.
Yeah, that's all we're doing. Yeah.
Obviously, peace to the chat, and of course, the panel. Always appreciate BJS when he's on. Unfortunately, the gentleman's not on anymore. But to respond.
Which gentleman?
Who was
Lucas?
Yeah.
Okay.
In my personal life, man, I generally just don't even respond to people who don't understand statistics, who don't read. Not even read. Who don't even study this stuff. So I just give me 15 seconds because this is typically in my mind when people talk and don't know what they're talking about. If they haven't read even or studied even one of the things I'm about to mention, how they feel is completely irrelevant to me, and they're wasting my time. And I just walk off on them. I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna waste my time. Seriously,
we know how you are, Salchi.
Yes. So first thing, understand the statistics, man. That's a book. You can look that up. I'm just going through evidence so they can just go away because we ain't got time for remedial stuff. So that's the first book you got to get into. So we got Doc Ghetto, we got the Monahan Report, we got the Negro family in the United States, we got money issues in black male-female relationships, we got the American Slave Coast, we got the Black family in slavery and freedom, Daughters of the Trade, They Were Her Property, Empire Cotton, Accounting for Slavery, Social Dominance, The Man Not. And if he wants to talk about the stats on black women, which we already know where to go, it's government stats, it's third-party private stats, it's Brookings, everybody's saying very, very, very similar things. I'll briefly go over that. Number one in overall STD rates, highest bilateral domestic violence rates, highest student loan balance, student loan debt balances, highest fat obesity rates, highest rates of 2+ baby father rates, highest out of wedlock birth rates, highest single mother household rates, 30+% paternity fraud rates.
No, 41.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm off by a little bit, by a small margin. And last, they're in dead last place amongst all women from median income and above as of the last reports from BLS first quarter 2023 at $909 a week, even though they received affirmative action. Okay, that is not winning. That is not excellence. That's why I don't take anybody who's talking about the emotions when it comes to these issues seriously, because they clearly are intellectually dishonest and or ignorant and or maybe they're just stupid.
I think it is the brainwash, and that's the problem because he's a liberal. Okay, I think he's a liberal. And
he claims conservatism, but
he sounds liberal. It doesn't sound like conservative. It just the stuff he was saying doesn't sound conservative. But he's brainwashed in a school of thought. He can't get out of it.
Which I do understand the psychology of change, how hard it is to change your worldview. But I mean, if you stand outside the sun long enough, right, the shit burns long enough, right? And you need some water. You start to, dehydrate. It's not that hard. It really just isn't. It's right there. That's what amazes me, that they're taken aback, regardless of what we show them and prove. First, to me, they aren't even looking at anything that we provide. So that's why I say, at best, they're intellectually dishonest. At best, because no matter where he
didn't even want to hear the stats.
But he asked for it, right?
Yeah, he did.
They always ask for it, but then when we give them the stats, then I get this all the time. Well, statistics can be altered. Yes, I went to school for finance and accounting. I fucking took statistics. Actually, I took 2 classes of statistics. I know how to read statistics. We already know that. We already know this shit.
You read it on a daily basis for work.
Yeah, so this shit is second nature. So what are you talking about? Oh, well, I don't like that source. Okay, I got you another source. Well, I don't like that source. Well, I got you another source. Well, I got 10 plus more. How about that? Oh, well, then you just hate your mama. All right, this conversation.
Why did you say that in the first place?
I'm done. Exactly. You thought you was talking to some subpar dude. Nah, wrong guy.
That's how come we got pissed off, because you asked for it. And I gave. Well, that's too old. Okay, let me give you something updated. Well, who actually gave the study? I said, okay, start naming the study. Well, that doesn't matter.
Well, that's what the women do.
I think in general, there's different types of people who detract on the space. You know what I'm saying? Like, and one of the types of people that detract on the space are those persons who say, demonstrate to me, prove to me empirically that you have a salient and a relevant argument. Otherwise, what you're doing is you're just engaging in trauma bonding and engaging in personal narratives that have no basis in reality. And look, here's my look. So again, there's just so many ways to detract the space. I've pretty much identified most of them. Okay, the one thing that people do is they say that the space is non-solution based. All right, and they argue that all you're doing is just basically discussing problems without offering tangible and actionable solutions to the problems. Okay, the second thing they do is they say, well, these spaces promote a culture of victimhood and weakness, right? And they believe that by encouraging men to open up about their struggles, these platforms are basically inadvertently pushing men into a status of victimhood or perceiving themselves as weaklings and things of this nature. Then the next thing they do is they say the spaces are not productive, right? There's just places where people vent and complain rather than offering constructive conversation and problem solving. And last thing that these guys do is that they say the space is just anti-masculine. It's just not a man space at all, because men wouldn't do this type of shit. Okay. Now I respond to him by saying, look, the first criticism that the space is non-solution based. It's true. These forums don't always offer immediate, tangible solutions, but it's important for people to understand that discussion is the first step in any problem solving or thought or reflection related to it. So understanding the depth, the breadth of the issue, gaining an understanding, trying to generate different perspectives on it, and identifying the root causes of problems and phenomena are necessary steps towards taking a look at or glancing at long-based or long-term solutions. That's the first thing. The second thing is they posit that the spaces promote victimhood and weakness. But this to me is an outdated notion of what manhood actually is about, because in my viewpoint, especially if you're a man and you're suffering from a phenomenon that they're telling you is not real, it takes courage to admit that you've been done an injustice when people tell you that there is no such thing that exists in and of itself. So it takes courage for you to understand and to come to terms with the fact that, hey man, I've been victimized in some way. I've suffered some injustice in some kind of way. Okay. The next thing is they argue that the space is non-productive. But you have to ask the question, productive in what sense? If you view productivity as personal growth and the betterment of your own mental health, then a space like this is highly productive. Okay, because it provides an environment of mutual support and understanding, which you won't get from society writ large. You can't even the very persons by nature who provide support and mental, sanctuary, or the people who are providing hostility to you. Okay, so who else can you rely on but the other men that you're surrounded by going through the same type of crazy shit? And lastly, the idea that the space is anti-masculine, bro. This is an argument that basically says that masculinity is only one kind. It only can be expressed in one type of way: stoic, non-emotive, non-feeling, robotic, like your Dr. Spock or some shit like that. Man, come on, that's not humanity, man. That's not how human beings operate, man. Somebody takes you for half of your shit, that's gonna hurt your feelings, man. Somebody takes your children away from you and start playing games with your kids, that's gonna have an impact on your mental health and your emotional stability, man. Somebody lying on you, assaulting you, and then telling you that, you're the one that's the problem while they fucking explicitly or fucking attacking you and gaslighting you. That's an issue, man. So yeah, to me, all of these detractors, man, they're basically trying to stop you from doing the work that's going to make us healthy and actually getting to the point where we can develop viable solutions. So fuck them people, man. That's all I got to say.
As Keep It 100 said, the stoic provider male is dead. So
yeah, they killed it. Yeah, I heard DC say the same thing, man. Fuck all that. He came around.
Yeah, I actually want to hop in and say a few things here. Number one, okay, as I said before on Mr. Z's channel, the reason why they have a problem with this space is because the space, like 90 to 95% of the space consists of men with average to above average intelligence, so-called black men with average to above average intelligence, that are middle to upper middle class between the ages of 20 and 60 that are politically moderate and sexually active. So because of that, you're pretty much getting a snapshot of how the average so-called black man thinks when there are no filters around. Okay. That's number one. That's the reason why they say that, because we don't allow ourselves to be tone policed by a lot of leftists, a lot of tradcon conservatives, women, etc. Like, you're not about to tone police us. So if you try to come in here, even with, like, the breakdown, they try to say, we need to talk about this, people in space are gonna tell you, yeah, go fuck yourself. Anyways, number two, in regards to, this idea of quote unquote real manhood, here's the honest to God truth. The reason why this space is controversial too is because, as Obsidian has pointed out, most of these traditional institutions of masculinity have failed young men, especially young so-called black men. Like, they mad at this space because they know that we expose how they don't have shit to offer most so-called young black men, like under the age of 30. They don't have shit to offer us. They just don't. They're just mad at us for just saying the quiet part out loud in regards to that. And then in regards to, like, impact, to use a sports analogy, like, imagine if a team was projected to go like 4-13 or like 5-12 every year, and say, for example, they get off to a slow start, they start off like 1-5, 2-6, they fire their head coach, and then all of a sudden they just suddenly go on like a second half tear. They finish 9-8, they win the wild card round in a blowout, and then they lose in the divisional round on like a last second field goal to like the number one seed who went on to win Super Bowl, right? That's pretty much similar to what the position of this space is in. Okay, as much as people criticize the space, let's be honest here, they never expected us to get this far. They never expected the space to get this far. We were not projected.
I didn't expect
projected
us
to
to
be
get
a
this
playoff
far.
contender.
No.
Right. And the fact that you are a playoff contender, figuratively a playoff contender, or even a Super Bowl contender, that has a lot of people upset because you're not, air quotes, staying in your place. You know what I mean? So there's that. And then in regards to when they try to talk about, how you guys talk about women, here's the to use a sports analogy, another sports analogy. Here's the honest truth. Okay, the problem with most of these, with a lot of traditional media, as Obsidian has pointed out, the Black Love Machine and whatnot, is that those niggas lie. They lie a lot. They lie all the time. They are not above lying. They love to lie, and they try to gaslight you and try to say the reason why they lie is because you just can't handle the truth. No, it's just you're just a liar. Okay, So because a lot of their narratives of so-called black men are built off of a mountain of lies, all you got to do is just simply tell the truth. You don't even have to be 100% accurate. You could be 70, 80% accurate, and you're gonna fuck up the flow of things. You know what I mean? And the reason why, again, why a lot of younger men are identifying with this space is because, to use a basketball analogy, imagine if you have a team, right? You know, your quote unquote traditional team, right? Who are supposed to be these first round all stars. They're shooting 25% from the field, and then you got us, like the quote unquote scrubs, the bench warmers, you know, second, third round picks. We're freaking shooting 60, 70% from the field, but nobody averages more than 30 points a game. But as a team, we're shooting 65% from the field. You're going to pay attention to how we play simply because we're being more accurate with our shots, so to speak, as opposed to the people who are hyped up as this, who have the hype machine, the media hype machine behind them, but are basically falling flat on their face and making a damn fool of themselves. You know what I mean? Like, that's the reason why this space is so controversial. So
I would like to interject that. Right? There are well over 150 million white folks in this country. Okay, and there's some 20 million black men in total. And then Kevin Samuels shows up, and look what happened. Like, but we aren't doing anything. So basically, they want to see us on a 300. They want to see us as a 300, basically on a suicide mission, which in a sense it is, but things are getting done. And of course, throughout time, things take time, but relatively speaking, it is happening pretty fast. Well, it's happening pretty fast because white folks are losing power and white men are But besides that, this is the reality. Things are getting done. So just like on the Hill, which is about 3 miles from where I live, and in China, and in all the other major countries, G20, what do they do every day? They have meetings, right? They talk about problems and issues, right? They talk about how to pivot, right? But that's not manly. The only difference is that we don't have a fucking standing army. We don't have our own currency. Okay, that's really about it. In terms of being a major player internationally or even domestically, that's about it. And the second thing is when it comes to this income, people always talking about, well, the men just don't make men generally. The vast majority of men throughout time never had enough wealth. Period.
Yeah.
And Gigi done I don't know how many ways, which ways he's dissected the shit. And he's absolutely correct. That class of women was typically the top 10% of women. That's it. Because 1 to 10% of men throughout time were the ones who had the influence, the power, and the wealth. And it still goes on today. It really hasn't changed. It's really hovered around the same percentages. So for them to say that, because you don't make some 500,000+ a year, the vast majority of people in first world countries don't make it, let alone if you want to average it out throughout the entire world. Absolutely asinine comment.
Well, I even pointed out this, man. If every so-called if everyone was making $500,000 a year or more, you know what that's called?
Inflation.
Hyperinflation.
Exactly.
Which means the money would be fucking worthless. So
exactly.
Yeah. Exactly. So but hey, again, a lot of people are intellectually lazy. And again, we live in a very gynocentric and misandrist environment where a lot of female deceit and stupidity is coddled, heavily coddled. So, that's the reason why there's not a whole lot of pushback against what they say. You know what I mean? Again,
yeah, you guys are using logic.
Not even so much logic, but it's like you can make an emotional argument that's compelling, but the problem is that these emotional arguments are not even compelling and in good faith.
At all,
They're just complete
like
bullshit from top to bottom,
It's like you said, it's because the key about gynocentrism is that their perspective is only from that
of the female, or in this case, the black female. So they don't make room for the possibility that men could have their own prerogatives, that we have our own needs and our own desires and things that we want to see fulfilled in our lives. And those things just, they don't even make the room for the possibility that those things could exist. So of course they could never fully comprehend or understand what the space is about. Even when they go to investigate it, they can't ascertain the purpose because they don't see men as more than utilities or what we're as concuserves, right? Like, what are you guys doing in this space, doing things that are not building? You guys went through all these different things of what we are doing that is constructive, productive, and helpful, but because it's not particularly to their benefit, then there's no purpose to it, right? And that's, they don't understand why men are beginning to do the things that we do. Because these, as BGS, Obsidian has explained, GG, Dr. Johnson even explained on multiple occasions that, quite frankly, the current arrangement does not serve to benefit men, particularly black men, to any degree. So eventually something was going to give.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, behavior is a product of, sorry about that, I'm driving.
No, just keep going, man. You're right.
But behavior is a product of environment and personality, right? And so we have the disposition of black men as they've been socialized, and that's created this collective personality, that sim chip, as you explained before. But the environment has changed such to the fact that it's detrimental to even do that. Like, you get plenty of guys who'll come online and simp like this. And Dominique from Dominique Magazine, he says all the time, like, guys will come online and simp like this, but in their real life, they don't do none of that. All these guys talk about, yeah, we gotta do stuff for black women. In their real life, they got baby mama that they take. Like, they not doing none of that stuff that they talk about online. They just simp online for brownie points. But like, guys aren't doing those things in real life most of the time because it's just, there's really no point. There's no benefit. They want to tell you to do it, but they're not gonna do it themselves. And so none of them actually get this space.
No, because that serve them. That's why. That's why they don't want to get it. I mean, they filter it through their emotions. I was trying to tell that to Dr. Maggie, right? Women filter this stuff through their emotions first.
We're not willing to lie.
We're not willing to lie.
We're not willing to lie.
Yeah.
For the most part, we're not willing to lie, and that's the reason why they don't like it. We're not willing to lie. We're not willing to talk about, oh, your shit doesn't stink. It's like, no, your shit stinks, which is why we try to tell you to wipe and wash your ass properly and wash your hands properly every time you take a shit. And also be sure to eat plenty of fiber-rich foods and drink some water because shit stinks and you want to get that shit out of you versus acting like your shit doesn't stink. What they say is advocacy is tell these women their shit doesn't stink while they walk around with metaphorical mud butt and spiritual skid marks. It's like, no, like that's a terrible idea. Like, yeah, like again, knowledge is knowing that, you got to wipe your ass, you know what I mean, properly. Wisdom is knowing that shit stinks. So, hey.
Anybody else want to get in?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Piece of the chat, piece of the panel. Kind of feel like I'm going to reiterate things that have already been said, but yeah, I think exactly because they react emotionally, they think that this space is an emotional reaction to personal anecdotes that people have experienced, as opposed to an actual logical answer or logical reasoning to create a mental framework of how to operate in this day and age. They think that as if the space came in a vacuum for no reason at all. And I think, the dialogue that you played earlier encapsulated a lot of the points that's usually made by yourself and other creators in the space that, to a certain extent, they don't want to acknowledge, no matter how much resource material you give them, whether statistical, scholarly articles, or even books. They don't want to actually address those things. They just want to get on, listen to what somebody said, and just voice their opinion. At the same time, they're lauded as the most educated, but where would you ever go into a classroom, not know the subject, and not read any of the reference material before discussing in an open discussion or combating the professor on the material?
Well, we're just Negroes, man. We're not educated. That's the problem. We don't read. All right, remember that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he ain't the first one to come down here though. Right now, after seeing that display, I got more respect for FD Signifier now. It's like, at least you came down here and started talking, brother.
Yeah,
But it's
that's
true.
pretty bad. Yeah. Oh boy.
Oh man. Okay. Yeah. FD ain't been back, man.
He ain't been back,
FD, I
but
know you listening, man. Come back, man. Don't be a stranger, okay?
Don't be scared. We ain't gonna bite.
I'll
Yeah.
use a small switch next time, okay?
but the dudes, but I mean, I gotta give FD his props. He sat through it.
Yeah, he did.
And he went to more than one panel too.
Yeah, he did.
So he did the rounds.
Yeah, he did the rounds. People should know me by now. I'm not. If you come on and talk and show respect, I'll let you talk. Sometimes for hours, okay? But you can't come on throwing your dick on the table. It doesn't work. Not in my house, okay? I was trying to tell you, do this is my panel. This is my show, okay? I don't have to let you talk. You ask a question. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's the biggest problem with a lot of guys who are detractors. I mean, it's just, like it's called the norm of reciprocity in deliberation, man. I mean, it's just a norm associated with civil discourse. Bottom line, if you want to debate somebody, don't engage in ad hominem, attacks, or at least try to be charitable with the other person in terms of like appealing to reasons that they can understand. Like if you're a Christian and you're talking to a Muslim, don't start calling them terrorists. You don't come in. I mean, I'm just saying, if you're a Muslim and you're having a conversation with a Christian, don't start calling them infidels, okay? Because you're already setting the seeds of discord. You're sowing them already, okay? Just by not following certain norms. Like this is just simple conversation. If you're a blood, if you're trying to have peace talks with the Crips, don't call them crabs, man.
or slobs.
Well, I mean, if you're a Crip and you're trying to have peace talks with the Bloods, don't say slobs and start using stuff like Bompton and everything is, we boo and all that. It's just, it makes no sense. So if you come, like that guy knew what he was coming to do from the beginning. He was coming in order to create some sort of, turmoil so that he can then spin off and go do a show and basically say how, you aren't over there actually being reasonable and you're creating an echo chamber and y'all are here doing.
But he spelled my name right.
Well, of course it's spelled
my name right. Spell Dr. Gigi's name right too. While you're at it, put his name in it too.
Because I mean, he came on to respond to something that I said.
Oh, did he? Oh, did he?
I mean, well, tell me, because the first thing he said was first thing that guy came in and he said was something about, is that something that you can verify with empirical data, or is it just a personal experience that you have? And the personal experiences that you have are probably related to your own unaccountability or your value in yourself or something like that, or what you bring into your life. Look, I do understand that there are arguments. I've even heard Kevin Samuels use these kind of arguments where, you basically deserve the kind of people that you deal with. And on some accounts, that's true. I mean, if you allow yourself to be repeatedly exposed to bad behavior. But I mean, prior to it occurring, how do you have any accounting of what they're going to do? You don't know what somebody else is going to do, man. So you're not responsible for the inappropriate behavior of somebody else. Okay? Unless you tolerate it over a series of, of instances. Then you can say, okay, well, I brought it on myself. Okay? But I don't like people, who make the argument that, if you're subjected to some kind of deception, some sort of malevolence, that it's your fault, because if you were the right type of individual, that wouldn't have occurred to you. So if that's the case, Negroes would have never went through slavery, right? If we didn't deserve it, right? I mean, that's the sort of argument that I want you to think about. Like, people don't think critically about the claims that they make. And then extrapolate them and universalize and generalize what they say. Okay. But I'm a philosopher by trade, man. At the end of the day, man, I think the space is great. I think the space will continue to have impact. I think men will make the space more meaningful and germane to their lives as time goes on. I think some people though are impatient about the space because they feel like the conversations in the space are redundant. Okay, and to a certain extent, I can understand how guys would, outgrow the space to a certain extent. But if you've outgrown it, go somewhere else, bro. You outgrew it then. But men will continue, just like people continue to be born. They'll continue to be exposed to the same kind of problems that black men have, and they're gonna still need a community to be able to talk their problems through and their issues through with other men who can validate, and we can match up and say, okay, that shit happened to me too. Here's how we can deal with it. So
I think what goes understated here is because I was speaking to Charles Faulkner yesterday, because he asked me to call him up because his one of his people are going through the same thing that I'm going through, not to my extent, but it's the things that go on behind the scenes here that often we don't put people's problems out there on Front Street.
No.
But BGS, you already know, and a lot of guys up here, because I know guys talk behind the scenes. I get phone numbers. We reinforce each other out here in real life. Those are the things that you just don't see here in these spaces. We'll talk about it just a little bit, but for me personally, I have a higher obligation to maintain this man's privacy so that he can just come up and tell his own story when he's ready to do so.
Oh yeah, we did that for you, for a long time until you're ready to tell it. Yeah. Ed, when his mother died, we helped him through it. A lot of people we helped.
Yeah.
That's what the space is for.
Speaking of which, it's been 10 years since mine died.
Sorry to hear it. But your pops is still rolling though, right?
No, he's been gone. Oh, he's been gone even longer. He's been gone over 20 years.
Oh, okay. You out here by yourself?
Yeah.
Same here.
Yeah, he's been gone since 2000. So that's what it is. No, I'll say that story for another day. But go ahead.
Yeah, but thing is, they're saying that Amazing Luke is over there doing a show. I said, spell my name right.
Shock.
Spell my name right. The Tar Baby needs new victims. Come back, Lucas. Somebody else to stick to. Okay? Need somebody else to stick to. Amazing Lucas, brace for impact, bro. Okay. You nose of the camels inside the tent. You just let them in.
Let me jump in here real quick and just say, listen, man, we got less than 50 likes to go to hit 500. That is the magic number to get into the algorithm. We only need 500 likes to really hit the algorithm. We can get there, brothers, because we got almost 600 people watching. And something else, hit that Cash App. BGS spends a lot of time putting together these videos, putting together these forms. Help him out, man. Hit that Cash App. If only half of the brothers watching right now drop 5 on it, it keeps BGS in the game. We got to fund our own media. Please hit that Cash App.
Agreed.
Please hit that like button. Please hit that share button. Thanks.
Because something Sauji told me, and Sauji can reiterate this, right? To do what we're doing, okay, would take 10 to 15 years and $3 billion, right? Okay. Easily. Go where we are now would take $3 billion in about 15 years. We did half the time. It was virtually no money.
How much did Biden just approve to send to Ukraine?
Oh, again,
probably another few billions.
Okay,
15 billion, I think it was.
And Goldman Sachs said 10 billion for black women.
Okay.
The Goldman Sachs 100 billion was 100 billion for.
I thought it was 50 billion, but okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Goldman Sachs, yeah. Over time, yeah.
Yeah. So BJS is absolutely right, and the other thing is that we just sit online and we don't do anything in real life, or we don't ever see any of each other in person. I've met Ron Wills, I've met Dr. Dunbar, I've met Cousin T Tall. I'm actually going to go smoke some cigars with the doc tomorrow. Shoot the shit. So like we just online complaining about some shit. It just boggles my mind.
But the people in power are saying, how the hell do these Negroes do this?
Oh yeah, I tell BGS all the time, man. Especially during tax season. One of the guys, he works on Capitol Hill. He reports directly to Congress. We talk about these things. the first time he was very iffy because, you know, I'm a black guy. I'm the only black, only 2 black guys in the office. And, you know, he's a CPA on the Hill. You know, you got, you know, he can't just put himself out there like that. So I heard him talk about some stuff. So I jumped in, and then he was like, and he looked at me. He's like, you know, pull me to the side. He's like, how you know that? and then ever since that day, this is 2 years ago now. Ever since that day, we talk about deep shit, like real shit. That obviously, I mean, I'll bring up, and he'll say, "Okay, yeah, no, we talking about that on it. No, they already talked. Oh, no, someone's, they already. This is going through. This is what is going back and forth. So, like, you know, living out here and then hearing people saying that nothing's being done is like to me, that's why I say I don't even waste my time because like I'm right here in DC. I am 2.4 or 8 miles away from the freaking White House. Like, it's not a game. Like, I bump into these people, I talk to them. Like, it's not like the shit is happening, but again, things just don't turn around it doesn't turn around overnight. It's not internet speed.
No, it's not.
It's just not how humans are. But what is happening here with the conversations and what's being shared, yes, that is moving fast. But again, like I said, we do not have the numbers. It's just reality. We don't have the numbers. Roughly 20 million versus well over 150 million just in this country alone. Like, I mean, come on. You serious?
Can we just
But
get
to that point, I think it reminds us of something that BGS said a while ago.
What happened? Okay, go ahead. That's it.
It wasn't important.
No, go ahead. I mean, he dropped off. Whatever happened to his phone?
Oh, okay. I was just saying because I was talking about who was that? That's on the Hill.
Oh, that's Fauci.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I'm here. I live in the area, but I mean, I'm in finance, and then I do taxes on the side as well. So, you know, like I'm saying, one of the guys that I work with doing taxes during tax season, he works on the Hill. Like, I'm not putting him out there, but he's written shit. Like, if I were to give you his name, you Google his name, he's written a lot of stuff. That's all I'm gonna say. So it's not I'm telling you guys, like, we're not wasting our time in this space. I'm just telling you guys that. And of course, again, when KS came out, he shut it down. Period. I mean, even the guy I'm referring to, even he asked me about him. Okay, so if they're saying nothing's happening, are you serious? Kevin Samuels was a household name, but he was, you know, putting black men in their place for a good 2-3 years prior before, you know, the public even knew about the guy. But but he hated black women though, and he doesn't check men or black men. I'm like, what are you talking about? Have you really been? Clearly, you haven't looked at his shit from the very beginning. Because I mean, shit, I talked to him 2-3 years ago, and he has a whole lot of stuff out from 2 or 3 years ago. So that tells me again, you're being lazy or intellectually dishonest, naive, or stupid. That's it. It's not hard to go. Kevin Samuels. Yeah. Go back. Go on his page. Go down. It's not hard.
Yeah. For somebody like Lucas to find me, you know, and I'm not the most popular guy on the internet, that means something. So why'd you find me? Why'd you come on on this show? You know, in particular.
Oh yeah.
That means something.
And last point. I've never been able to do it because I haven't been on with Obsidian. Obsidian, thank you, because one day in 2016, when I moved out to the DMV area, I just kept on seeing your face on my YouTube. I finally clicked in. It was alive. You were on, and of course, BGS was on. That was my start. To this day, I still remember.
Appreciate you, brother. That's a long time ago.
Yeah. Exactly. I remember the day. I remember exactly what I was doing, what I was wearing, where I was sitting. I'm not even like joking. I'm dead serious.
To answer your question,
that's the good old days. That's the good old days.
Yeah, you came from.
Oh, my bad.
You first, Dead Set, and then.
Well, I was just going to ask Salchi about like when he came into the DMV area, or where he came from.
I moved out here August of 2016 from Rhode Island. I'm from Rhode Island, but I lived in Stamford, Connecticut, in my for the vast majority of my 20s. So I mean, I've been around like money, like money and
that's money.
influence. Yeah, Stamford, Connecticut, like in between, because I was New Canaan, in between when New Canaan, Darien, and oh my gosh, I'm forgetting the city right after that. Right after that, before you go into New York City, a lot of the hedge funds, that's where they went from New York City. So like I'm literally sitting. I was a lot of household names, man, and the vast majority of those guys, when I would meet them, when we would speak, these guys thought I was coming from top 10 Ivy.
Okay.
So it's people have no idea, man. They're clueless. Real clueless.
All right. Go ahead, Encrypted.
Oh man, yeah, it wasn't nothing. It was just a small little blurb where you saw like my little name.
No, go ahead and get it in, man.
Yeah, no, well, we were talking about like, finding y'all channels in like 2015 and stuff. That's why I put down there URP graduate class of 2015 as the University of the Redpill. That's when I graduated. I started doing my graduate coursework with Dr. O'Neill and Dr. Nero over at the Black Phillip Institute.
Okay.
And ain't looked back since. So,
Success story.
Truly, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. This space saved my life a couple of times. So I'm forever grateful.
Hell, mine too.
And I was a quick jump on that real quick. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, you're up.
Like you said, I still remember that story you said about the bottle. It was either what, 5th of Jack or 45.
Man, that was a long time ago, man. It's caused me to be a Gnostic, man. You had 2 women pregnant at the same time. That's the problem.
Ooh, that's scary.
I was close. I've been there. So.
at the same time. So.
Woo. Yeah, we'll get into that some other time. Yep, I've been there.
But
I never had to go back though. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I was going to say he came over here because I forgot who said it, but you're the final boss.
No, that's how she said that.
You're the final boss, and he
needs to level up some more if that's the case.
You're probably Thanos to them.
I expected more from him because he's been a content creator. He's actually a successful content creator. I expected more from him.
Yeah, he's been on for a while.
I didn't expect him to spaz out like that. It's like, okay, calm down, dude.
Yeah, he was ego tripping. That tripped me out.
Yeah, it kind of threw me. I said, man, you can't run over here and overrun me, man. It's my show. You ask the question, I'm gonna answer. You can't just talk over me like that. This is called respect. I don't care how big you are. But that's an aside. I get that all the time. People come over here. I got more views than you. I'm the boss. No, you're not. Not here. I don't give a shit. Okay.
It's just like coming to my house and trying to tell me what the fuck to do.
Yeah. You got a mansion. I got a bachelor. You can't come and piss on my carpet just because. No, hell no. Okay, you got to go too.
It'd be like Eddie Murphy and his brother beating up Rick James. Fuck
your couch, nigga. Fuck your couch. Is what he came in. Fuck your couch, BGS. Fuck your couch.
That's exactly what he did. Fuck your couch. I'm sitting back like, man, is this dude serious? Hell.
I was shocked, man. Because I said at first I didn't think it was him. Because
because you asked the question.
Asked the question, are you him? And then I gave you a chance to talk, and you asked questions. You actually asked me questions. Where did this come from? Where do you get it from? Is it personal or group? And what about the data? And then you overtalked me. Said, oh, come on, man.
I checked it was him.
Yeah, you could have came in and said, can I say something? I'd have gave you the floor. But it's called respect. Can't come over here, man, treat me like I'm a peon. No, it don't work that way. I might be, but I don't act like one. Go do that on your channel, which is what he's doing. But thank you for the mention, though. Amazing. From the bottom of my heart, I need the help. Thank you.
Yeah,
notoriety is publicity.
Bad press is also good press.
Yeah, that old saying.
There's no such thing as bad press.
Oh, Kevin made make millions of dollars off of bad press. Trust and believe. All them haters made him wealthy.
Yeah, he was even showing his face. Damn.
Who's that? Oh, amazing.
Oh, Kevin.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was like,
Oh,
hey,
and
I'm gonna put
haters
it
are
all
still
out there.
making them money.
Oh hell yeah. Shit. I wish I was part of his legacy fund.
Oh yeah.
just give me the YouTube rights. That's all I need. I don't need the rest of the money. Just give me the YouTube
See,
rights.
that's the bag. I talked to him once, and it was big, and I barely talked to him. I asked him a question. That's about it.
Who's that? Kevin?
Kev.
Oh.
Because we did a panel with you. I forget when it was, but
God,
it was during.
2017.
Yeah, he was. You had brought him on there to teach us about something. I forget
About
what it
clothes.
was.
Yeah, he's been on there a few times about clothes, cologne, and how to upgrade your image.
I think it was cologne, but
yeah.
I forget. I forget what the topic was about.
Yeah. He helped a lot of people with that, man, that needed not only just their image with women, but also corporate and jobs and stuff like that. He helped them with a lot of stuff. That means something.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of guys, realize at the higher levels. I've already told you that. Well, at least with BGS, I told you, my background of my grandfather.
Mm-hmm.
Like guys like that, dude. Like if you aren't competent or smart,
mm-hmm.
you practically don't exist to them.
Mm-hmm.
Like seriously, they don't want to interact with you. They don't want you around them at all. So what Kevin did, he was basically prepping guys, and he said guys who want to get in. That's what Kevin was talking about. That's entry. That's entry into that world. So again, people don't appreciate stuff.
Yeah, because they don't need it. People that need it appreciate it. Because a lot of people that actually needed that help, even Dr. Dunbar, who wasn't a big fan of Kevin initially.
Yeah.
He said how much it actually helped him, with his image, with his status, with his job, even with the women he's actually being involved with.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even though they didn't really click when they got together, when they actually went to the seminars.
Mm-hmm.
But when they actually started using the advice, it started to work. And he would tell you that.
All right. Well, yeah. I mean, Dr. Dunbar, he's a scientist. So it's about logic. So I get it. I totally get it. But then on the other side, dealing with, for lack of words, the commoners, you gotta.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like realistically, you gotta tone it down. Like I have to this day, I have that problem. Like I wish I had the skills of my father. My father could do it all. Like he could fluidly. I struggle. He didn't struggle.
Yeah. Go ahead, Bob, real quick. You said you got something real quick?
Yeah, I was gonna say because I'm like a long time viewer of Lucas's channel, so I used to be him like a couple months ago.
Okay.
But what really changed for me, right, was I ran into your hidden figures video. That just blew my mind because you hear like the different tropes, right? Because the quickest way to make people believe something is through like stats, right?
Mm-hmm.
You always hear these stats like black men create the most mixed babies, and like all these like you kind of accept them at face value. But then I saw your hidden figures video. That kind of prompted me to start digging, and then it took me to Gigi's channel, like especially when he talks about stuff from the '60s, like the dark ghetto, and all that stuff. So I think Lucas's main problem is that he's still like on a surface level. So it actually takes effort to like dive into like the truth. So
I thought he was more well read than that. That's what I thought about Lucas. I never really watched his content, but I thought he was more well read than that.
well, like so a lot of the stuff like the Dark Ghetto book that Dubois wrote, like you really have to dig for that shit. I wasn't taught that shit. Like
that wasn't
you
Dubois.
wouldn't tell me-
It was Clark. Yeah, Dubois
Yeah,
read
that was Clark.
wrote the Philadelphia Negro. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, that one, and also there was another like just like basic facts, like the fact that Earthia Kitt, like she's like a really big icon for them.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever it's either her birthday or they celebrate something about her, they always bring up Harry Belafonte and how he said this and that, but they don't tell the whole story as to why Harry Belafonte didn't like Earthia Kid, and that's the fact that she was like an honorary Aryan when she went to South Africa. They always leave that out. So I learned that fact by just researching, and it's just like shit like that kind of changes your perspective over time. So I think with Lucas, he just like it's just like service level. So I kind of see where he's coming from.
I was kind of taken aback because I held him in higher esteem. Like he's a big content creator. He's been doing this stuff for a long time. For him to actually act that way kind of shocked me. I'd be more reasonable than that.
So it's also like his viewer base changed. Like he used to be a conservative before, then he switched more like liberal recently. So he's had more he's had more viewership from like black women for the most part.
Oh, it's changing demographics. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. In other words,
Well,
black women where the money is. Okay.
What I said applies. You're the final boss.
Like I said, I'm surprised that even who I was. Go ahead.
Because I'm in his Discord, and it's like night and day. Like the kind of people from his old Discord and his new Discord, it's like night and day.
Okay.
So I think that's what happened. Like one of them was probably like, "Hey, have you heard this guy BGS? You should go on his channel." And that's probably what happened.
Okay. I was shocked that he even knows who I am. So that's why I didn't think that was him in my on my panel. So are you sure you're him? So in other words, why are you here? That's what I wanted to ask him. Why are you here? What you over here for? So, and when he acted the way he acted, I said, "Man, what's wrong with you? Like, why? So, what's going on with you? I thought you wanted to come over here and talk, but I guess he didn't." Anyway, anybody else want to jump in? Oceans, Wing Zero. Oh, go ahead. Oceans, go ahead.
Yeah, BGS. Just wanted to reiterate back to the point with the dialogue, and then of the point of them invalidating the voices and critiques and experiences that the men have shared in this space, to the point that it's as if you're dismissive because first you're classifying everybody as if they aren't worth anything. And once it's kind of already been found that, hey, we have different brothers in here that have gone to different educational levels, different income levels, even different ages and whatnot, that right there is empowering in itself, because a lot of the problems we've dealt with, we didn't know all of us were experiencing these same problems across all these different demographics. So kind of like this being an online barbershop talk, it kind of gives you a clear landscape view of communicating with other brothers in different points in their lives to realize, what's what. Like, oh, once you get to this mountain peak, yeah, you're still going to deal with the same bullshit that you thought once you got to this point you wouldn't have to, right? It saves everybody a lot of time and effort in a lot of different ways, to where now you can have a better trajectory on where you want to be in life without chasing some type of mirage that they tell you, once you get to this point, you'll get this and this, when really it's a fleeting, it's not really there. And the last point I just want to say is, even if like everybody didn't have the credentials, who cares? Like, everybody here, again, they get to share all the different experiences, so now you can see it from all different levels. So that was my last point.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you.
I'm not gonna be here for a long time, but let me know when I can.
No, you can jump in right now. You're good.
All right, 4. You always asking me when am I coming in at? So now I'm letting you know.
Oh shit! Coming in at 4. Oh, hold on. Okay, let me grab something real quick. Go ahead.
Right. Coming in at 4. I listened to that bullshit early because I was wondering what the fuck Gigi was talking about and Dan said was talking about. So I went, and no, this isn't at y'all at all, but I went because I was like, who the fuck y'all keep talking about? That came up here earlier. So I rewinded. I just got done listening to that bullshit. Okay. And motherfucker. Okay, let me say this. You pulled the switcheroo on the white boys. You know, you kiss their ass, and then you basically protected your channel against, you know, saying thanks, no thanks. I'm going back to how I am is in the middle, which is not, you know, on some straight up coon train shit. But you built your channel on soft shoe coon. And that's fine. I'm not even mad because them white boys are mad. And then he say he was able to protect his channel and hold his channel from completely losing it, you know, and still keeping a core audience. Even though them white boys was mad, he wasn't doing what's the dude's name? It's always talk about the police is justified. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, I know you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, Brett Tatum. You did the soft shoe Tatum thing and built it. But let's be very clear about this. We deal with black men and black men's issues in this country, whether it's women or otherwise, because clearly other stuff is talked about, motherfucker. You want to talk about Kevin comes out of this group and wasn't even the best of us. And you wouldn't talk to Kevin like that if you want to play the view game. Influence and views is not the same thing. And so when dudes do the general topic thing, and somebody went like Lucas, dude, if we were all in the fucking barbershop, he wouldn't be talking like that. Straight up. If fucking Obsidian, GG, BGS, we all the cigar lounge. Charles, you wouldn't be talking like that. That's number one. Number two, do you even fuck black women? Because almost everybody on here fuck black women. And he straight up looks like a dude. Now, I don't know if he does or doesn't, but you want to talk about is something wrong with you? Why don't you bring, and I think once or twice he has, but get black females on there and show motherfuckers how it's done and make sure they a bad bitch. You know what? Go, Fix always needs help and you got views. Go talk to her and we can observe how she act around you. Go talk to Melanie King, like Medium Man did. Got her all hot and bothered. Actually show some shit. You want to talk about leadership? Nigga, lead. Don't just talk. Actually do it. Does Lucas even have a kid? Because niggas got kids over here. Niggas got daughters. Niggas got grandkids. Not me, but you all know what I'm speaking on.
Yeah.
And you sitting here talking to people as if you done live life because you got a fucking YouTube channel, which, by the way, he built off of being half-assed a comedian. So it's really entertainment. And you come up here like you think you got a fucking answer. And here's the thing. You want to talk to people about how to deal with black women. Nigga, you don't even know how to talk to black men. You literally came up here. Well, I hate to use this term, and F you for making me use it. You straight up came up here on an educated lane. This got a fucking comedy thing every once in a fucking while. You don't even know how to talk to men. What was it, 15, 20 minutes? You come up here and you want to just wag your finger like you somebody rather than actually demonstrating the ability to pull yourself in your position. Yeah. I'm going to say this and I'm done. Any motherfucker can come up here and say, let me say it in a way y'all can understand it or resonate with. You know how dudes get real nervous when they talk to a bad chick. Yeah. And so what they don't actually have a conversation. What they do is they have a one-way conversation because if she say anything, it's like a balloon that pops. If anything goes off script, this is how the white boys fucked up the game shit when it comes to all of that mystery method and shit, and how those females were able to pick up on what they're doing. They had no riz, they had no ability to go off script. They had no improv. Whenever something happens, it's a little bit left or a little bit right. It's not on the strict line that they're on. They fall apart. And those white chicks were picking up on that, which is why the dating game in 2001 and 2007, that shit blew up. And then all the motherfuckers decided to go red pill. It's because they weren't teaching the white boys organic self-improvement. When I say self-improvement, organic, like be who you are, but like let them like who you are. And then know these little things to help you kind of guide it to certain things. They were saying follow the script so you would never get rejected, rather than like Cousin T-Top and other people teach. Mode 1, recipes Alan Roger Curry, how to master rejection, have that confidence. This is why black men, we're in an environment, but we have to, either do that or fall. Some of y'all are in harsher cities and up. You Obsidian and at Philly, but you know how the black women are there. Obviously, LA is not an easy market to deal in, just in general. And so you come over here and you just want to have a one-way conversation, because the truth is you would have did better saying it wasn't Lucas and just having a conversation.
Yeah.
Like, that shit kills me. And fuck the fact he's got some subscribers, because the reality is dudes do that all the fucking time. So you want to even when he said, the thing that really got me was the leadership bit. Here's the truth. The truth is the shit that really needs to happen can't be spoken in public. If you really look at human history and how women are handled, I'm not even talking about violence. I'm just talking about the real conversation. Leadership is not, there is no such thing as permission-based leadership. There is no, how can I get that bitch to buy into my program? It is, this is my fucking program. At best, I'm going to give you the option to leave. At worst, you don't have a choice. For instance, that chick that's in Dubai, she thought she could raise her voice. She can't leave until they tell her to.
Yeah.
Well, I can do that night. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck either. They ain't letting them leave.
You lucky we even giving you the option to have a fair trial. You lucky I got some bricks. I don't want to stop other people from coming and spending their money. Otherwise, you're lucky we ain't dusting off these bricks, these stones. Because you American and we got a good relationship, and you know we ain't gonna put up money over no black chick wanting to run her mouth. But oh yeah, you not leaving. So and then they're like, they're using terms terrified. We're terrified. And they don't give a fuck about that. In the United States, they'll let you sit. They let celebrities sit in there for a minute. What was dude that ASAP? It wasn't ASAP. Was it Young Thug? I don't know these motherfuckers anymore. But they let it, so they're not gonna come get you just because you yell, especially if you're not white like that. They're like, nah, you niggas left the plantation.
You know she did more than yell. She cut up. You know she did.
Oh, you know she did. It wasn't just you raised her, because they not that bad. They may have the laws on the books, but no, she did something. Yeah, she did something. And it's like, yeah, you gonna get trained today. And so my overall point with all of that is this idea of leadership. You didn't get a chance to ask him, so I'm not telling backseat quarterbacking. Yeah. But it's like, give me an example of this leadership. Like, fuck that. Well, you just gotta talk to him. You gotta have a go on yourself. Motherfucker, you ain't Will Smith. So you can kiss my ass with that. You know, you ain't him. So, and look at what the fuck he dealing with. Don't fucking tell me that bullshit. You got shit. You ain't Obama. And look at what Obama got to deal with Michelle. Nigga, please. Like, I was just name one motherfucker that's got his chick under real control. Like, I can't believe he said, yeah, we're mid and leadership is this. I can't stand when these niggas, they dip. Shout out to Ticket TV, but it's funny, like, they'll dip their toe in this type of conversation. And, you know, they'll either get bit by the women. I remember, like, it's funny, man. Like, these niggas kill me. It's like, you want to have a conversation, have it. That nigga didn't even have his avatar. And he ain't used to being on StreamYard. He got the troll just gray dot. Yeah, this is bogus. You better take that shit to them white boys.
You know, I don't even know why he's here, man. You know,
I mean, you want to be here, he can be here. But the thing is, understand, I don't even got to go in like this. But you want to really have a conversation, we can have it. Because you want to have a conversation about leader and control. I'm gonna say, you fucking show me who those people are. Well, the Nation of Islam. The nation waits till these bitches are broken and done, then some, and then they can rebuild them back up. That don't count. The bottom out don't count. Show me what you talking about. Yeah. Well, okay, where your chick at?
And thank you. We almost got 600 likes. Thank you, folks, and thank you for donating. Appreciate you. And
then not to mention, we get shadow banned like a motherfucker. Otherwise, a lot of us would be a lot bigger. We done lost channels. Dude, he went to the general market where the white folks is and did trending news. I get it. But understand, if a lot of people did that, a lot of people would be blown up. That don't mean you more talented. You went where the money was, and that's fine. But that's not really. I know Obsidian says he's in for business. So respectfully, but there's a mission here too.
Obsidian came in and basically, no, don't get it twisted, man. The Obsidian could have gone to the white folks and made more money. Trust and believe, okay?
A lot of folks could have, yeah. I mean, shout out to Darius and Coach Greg Adams, yeah, man.
Yeah.
And it's really like 20% of what we let go. This like the black part. 80%, a lot of it is very similar. You can keep it general and don't even gotta go Brandon Tatum, Anthony Brown, Logan with it.
Yeah.
But it's just, again, man, these dudes, it's either him or FD. They come in here with the dumb shit. And it's kind of like, you want to talk. Why you gotta, oh, we're gonna tell. It's what Auburn Preach does. We're gonna tell these red pill guys.
Because FD came in, he was on for like an hour. Okay, we didn't disrespect him, but he got a plenty of a chance to actually talk, have a dialogue. But we can't come in and throwing your dick on the table. Okay, not in my house. Okay.
I mean, he even go like real talk. If nobody knew you had a YouTube channel, who you think pulling the best bitch? If you really want to play that game, you why you come over? Like, why even do that? Because really, we don't understand. Your audience ain't our audience, so we don't give a fuck. So once you announced you were Lucas, you could have got flamed and you would have looked fucking stupid. Oh no. That wasn't me. And that's another thing. Like I said, man, you have no idea how much I be behind the scenes telling people like Marty, for example, put the nukes down. Don't put that picture out. Don't do that. Don't make that nigga look like that, man. That's too real. Them niggas not gonna know how to handle it. No, don't put that with the goddamn like niggas, like, dude, man, you have no idea what the fuck people can do with AI art to make motherfuckers look goofy. That better stop.
Oh my gosh.
I got 6,000 followers. You the one that's got something to lose. Anyway,
let me get Mr. Life in. Let me get Mr. Life in. What's up, man?
BGS, I don't know how to follow that up, man. You should pass that off to. You should give that man to somebody else. My guy.
No. You got to follow it, man. You got to follow this.
Don't worry, people are happy when I shut the fuck up. So. Anybody is a breath of fresh air.
Your category 4. Go ahead.
How is Mrs. Life, man? Tell her thank you for the response. But how's Mrs. Life?
Man, she is amazing right now. She's in there cooking. I can smell it going on. She just came home from work and went straight to the kitchen.
Oh,
isn't that a thing?
Good wife. Modern women can make good wives if you train them right, huh?
It's a negotiation thing, right? I just did a live stream talking about men need to actually, young men, if you want to be rich by 45, go into sales at 21. Okay. Because I talk about you got to know how to emotionally get into a woman by her questions, by asking questions.
You're talking about it, but guess what you need to do? You need to put your link in the chat so people can actually.
I will definitely do that in the back chat, right?
Oh, if you type in, I'll actually give you a wrench, sir. Put it in
well, yes, I will, sir.
Okay. Pimp your channel, motherfucker. It's all right. But anyway, go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, but I was actually talking about that because I talked about something. I talk about learning how to ask open-ended questions and value-based selling. Bill Backrack, I tell any man to go out and read that book on sales. He asked one question that changed my game, changed my life, changed my complete life in sales. And that question was, what is it about money that's important to you? And when he gave me that question, that was an emotional question that I started asking all my women as clients. And then you ask that question 6 levels deep, you get to the real root why money is important to women. And most out of all of them, it boiled down to security. You ask what's important about money is to them, it gets to security. And then when I start
security and lifestyle.
Security and lifestyle. So, and when I figured that out, I started changing out the word money and started applying that to everything across the board. If she's feeling unloved, I ask what is it about feeling unloved is to you? Why is that important to you? That one question changed how I emotionally attach to women. And because working in sales, you mainly sell to all women. So I stopped selling the bells and the whistles and the widgets, and I started selling what made them, how did it make them feel? And when I started doing that, my career took off at the same time because I also got married at the same time too. But my career, my income like nearly tripled after that. because I focus on what the emotional,
Okay. You know, you hit the unconscious instead of the conscious. Yeah.
Yeah, basically that's all. And when you get into that level of communicating with women, you attach on something in a whole different level. And I've been trying to join the chat, but it keeps asking me questions. Oh, never mind. I found out what's going on.
No, go ahead. No, just continue. Don't look at the chat, man.
Yeah. No, I was trying to give that question. Drop my link in there.
Oh,
So
yeah, just no, don't drop the link. I have to give you a wrench first. So type your name first, so I can give you a wrench.
Got it.
So I can mod you. Okay. You know how this works. Man, you've been on
Yeah.
on YouTube for a while.
I haven't been on this side.
Oh, this
not
side.
that often.
Okay.
Yeah, but when it comes to the red pill, I want to switch it. When it comes to the red pill, man, it's one thing that I know. You've heard me talk about Poison Clan. I'm a Poison Clan fan. I'm a true Florida boy, 92. So we've already been red pill. We already got hip to the game way back then. But it was more that hood version of it, to where it wasn't clearly communicated and what and how men felt. It was always, man, fuck that bitch. This bitch, man, these bitches trying to take your cash, that type of stuff. Always looking out for the game and how they were trying to rip you off. I think when I discovered the red pill, to me, it took me back to 1992. And when I heard you all talk, I was like, oh, this is just a more articulate way that the game spitters back then spit inside those raps. From the Too Shorts to the JT Moneys to all those guys. When I heard this, when I came to the red pill, it helped me begin to articulate to women a lot better, or my wife a lot better, because now I could actually tell her what was going on. I did a lot of listening at what was going on to her, but now I had the words to use to articulate to her. Not only that, even back to sales, even to the women that I'm communicating with in my arena at the same time. It helped me better advance, help to have a conversation about men, about women, about what we're doing and how it goes down. So I think it's net. The game is great. And no, I don't think women actually understand the red pill, but it gives us the opportunity to actually tell our side of the story.
Yeah. I mean, does your wife understand the red pill? Even though you explain it to her, does she understand it? Or can you really tell?
I can't really tell. I know she understands the manosphere, and she shifted when I shifted.
Okay.
I'm gonna definitely say that when I came inside this space, she made a change as well. She understood.
She trusted you. She trusted you. Okay.
Yeah. She understood the assignment.
Okay.
She like to go buy me Yeezys and all my equipment. She makes sure that I got all the things that I need. She makes sure that my setup is well. She makes sure that right before I go live or when we go on air, she makes sure that I have everything that I need in hand. I just sit here and go live. That's what she does. And like I said, man, my wife is a working woman. You heard my wife say she's a modern woman through and through. But we learn how to work together.
So in other words, when you win, she wins as well. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Good wife. Good wife.
Wow.
You said, well, wait a minute. That's traditional. Whoa.
Yeah. Holy shit.
A modern woman. Who'd have thought it?
Yeah.
But you got a wrench now, sir. So you guys drop your links at will. So
I think Toya already done it for you.
To the channel and especially to the episode.
She dropped the link to the channel.
Drop a link to the episode also. Oh, was that your recent live?
Yes, sir. It was. Okay. That was tonight, right before I came on here. I just finished up.
You don't often go on Monday, so.
I started going on Mondays myself. It was something that I had to do. I always had a crew with me, but I noticed if I want to be great at this, I'm gonna have to do it on my own. So I started going live Mondays on my own from here on out. So Mondays I'll be going live. Mr. Life Lessons straight from a loser. So I talk about all my failures at life and how I failed.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I did see parts of that. So
yeah. Can I get a crack at this, BGS?
Jump in.
All right.
First of all, it's an honor, to be on the panel with you,
Appreciate you.
Mamiya, and well, Green Gorilla is gone. But I just want to say, sometimes when we get unexpected challenges, we kind of get thrown off our game. And I hear this a lot from a lot of brothers in the manosphere. That somebody challenges them, they get a little thrown off. Like the guy Luke, if somebody would have said 2 words, Kevin Samuels, he would have had all the argument that he was making would have been undermined by saying Kevin Samuels, because there's a whole treasure cove of proof to what the manosphere be saying about the so-called BWs. And I wasn't on the panel at that time, but I was dying to say that. Like, oh my goodness, like this guy doesn't know. Like,
No, I wanted to have a conversation with him but he asked for proof. I was giving him proof, and he got upset and then left.
yeah. And unfortunate. Now, I was kind of like that like a few years ago before I came across the manosphere. Not so much as far as not understanding the red pill, because I had a couple of friends on Facebook like over 10 years ago. We was talking about the same thing the manosphere was talking about, but I was pro-black in the sense that we got to fix these things with black women. But usually when you're a progressive pro-black, you eventually become pro-black male because you're progressive, and now you see it from different angles what the struggle is in the community. And that's when you start leaving racism out of it, and you start focusing more on what black men and black women are doing right or doing wrong. And that's when we come up with all the talking points that the manosphere comes up with.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to say that I know I came on too late, but I was like, somebody needs to tell this guy, look at Kevin Samuels, he got 1,000
I don't think
interviews.
I don't think he came on to talk. I think he came on to make a scene and then go make his content.
Oh, he was a YouTuber.
No, he's a big YouTuber. Amazing Lucas, big YouTuber.
Oh, I
like
didn't know
like
that.
1 million subscribers. Yeah.
What is his content usually about, if you don't mind me asking?
Political stuff. Normally, I do believe.
So
General political stuff.
yeah, does he usually stick up for women like this? Put on the cape?
I don't really know because I don't listen to him that much. Normally, he's on the white side of YouTube.
Oh,
So I
okay,
don't
I
listen to
get
him
it.
that much. So I don't know
That
why he was here.
explains a lot.
But
Okay.
Mr. Z got content for a whole month now.
Bruh, it's a whole
Hey, peace out, you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Ocean. Mr. Z, he just gave you just pried the door open.
that is at least a good whole. That's a week long of content right there. Shout out to Amazing Lucas, bro. Stop it. Number one, but no. Okay, let me first.
Hold on.
I was trying to get up.
Oh,
Okay,
let me
okay.
introduce Ash here real quick. Ash, LD, if you want to be here, I told you to chill out, man. I will ban you, okay? We don't need that shit right now, okay? You said what you said. People addressed you. If you don't like it, man, leave before I have to block you. I want to have to dig you out. So chill out. Last warning. Go ahead, Mr. Z.
Yeah, and I want to be up here with the all-star team because the fact that he came up here with Green Gorilla, BGS, and Obsidian. I was, by the way, I was listening because I was fast forwarding and I was listening, and
I'm sure Obsidian is going to have at least a week-long content about Amazing Lucas. Just open the goddamn door for Obsidian in Mr. Z. So.
Yo, and I was like, oh, he don't know what he doing. He up there with Green Gorilla and Obsidian and BGS. Oh, he don't know. Oh, he know what he do. So first, look, we have to get away from this default of black women moral superiority, right? And because we as a society assume, and I think for white people, they just pretending they don't really believe it, but in the black community, the fact that so many actually believe that black women hold like this moral high ground above black men, it causes them to default to them, right? With any conversation between black men and black women, and somehow, some way, it's black men that are at fault, right? Black men are not mature enough. They're not going to school enough. They're not taking their role as husbands and fathers seriously enough, and then you get these type of characters that come in to try to lecture black men about what we're at fault on and how we're not stepping up, right? And quite frankly, that's not our job. Oops, I wasn't supposed to say that out loud. It's not our job. You don't live in that world anymore, thanks to second wave feminism. You don't live in that world anymore. Y'all got to eat that. No more hopscotching in patriarchy and feminism at the same time, and that's what y'all are really trying to do. Y'all are trying to meld the parts of patriarchy you like with the parts of second wave plus feminism that you like, and it ain't working. And women are running around here with their head on fire, and all of their male advocates are running around here with their head on fire because you're trying to do the impossible.
Yep.
You know. And I'll pause right there. Y'all go ahead.
No. It's okay. Who's next? Who wants to get in?
He is live right now, and he's talking about you, BGS.
Oh, good.
I'm looking at it.
Hey, you're a marketer. You know how good that is. Spell my name right.
He did the ad, so he got you right. I'm looking at it right now. So
I'm in the house, baby.
let's bring him on over. Let's win him over.
I'm in the house. Okay. Goodbye, Shadow Band. Go ahead, Mr. Z.
And going back to what to the original topic about Black women understanding the red pill, it goes against everything in them. It goes against their mating strategy. It goes against everything, right? We already knew, and y'all are the ones who actually made me think about this. We already know that the world couldn't be majority red pill. It just wouldn't work. You could not have a world that operates in that way. Absolutely. The issue that they have is, even though we have this small group of Black men, primarily because that's who they're mainly concerned about, who have a red pill ideology, the issue is that means you can't be taken. What they really wanted was for people to do the Dr. Umar and the Boyce Watkins. That's BGS, Obsidian, the elders in this room, Art New Style, Green Gorilla, all you brothers 50 plus, 55 plus. Your job was to lecture down to the rest of us. Y'all are messing up. Okay? Y'all was supposed to lecture down to the rest of us and tell us to pull our pants up and to bow down to these women. And y'all ain't doing it. So y'all are messing up. Right? That was your job. Your job was to do what Dr. Umar did on Daily Wrap-Up Crew. That's what they thought y'all were going to do, and y'all didn't do it. Right?
Facts.
Y'all messing up. Y'all over here teaching us the right way. Y'all messing up. You're wrong. For real. That's really what it is. And I think the women are really struggling with the fact that this is what you actually asked for. This was my whole argument with the Ebony K thing, a couple months ago, which is like, but this is what y'all asked for. Y'all wanted second wave feminism. You wanted, and someone said it earlier, and I agree with them 100%. The freedom. You wanted the freedom. You wanted the freedom away from what Black men think, what Black men feel, all of that. You got it. Now eat it.
I want to add to that.
Well, there's another thing with freedom, right? On the other side of freedom, there's responsibility, accountability. So that's what they struggle with it, and they can't hide behind all the nonsense that they've been hiding behind in the last 40, 50 years anymore, because especially now they're getting rid of, they're pretty much just slowly getting rid of all these social programs. Affirmative action, I mean, I know some people are on the fence about what's going to happen. It's going to trickle down into the economy, because if you are not, quote unquote, I call it college trained, I don't really call it education, if you're not college trained, right, how are you going to, for the most part, get a high paying job to have this utopian lifestyle? Right? So they are feeling the writing on the wall. Many of them are either in denial, or they don't really understand what's happening right now. So on the other side of that, they do realize, whether they're saying it out loud or not, that they're not being chosen. Period.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And this is, again, I don't hate Black women at all. Like, they're not being chosen. I mean, the numbers show it. Everybody knows it. And clearly, I can say that they know it, because if you guys were really winning, you wouldn't have all these terms like Black girl magic, all this other shit all the time.
You mean coping mechanisms?
Yeah.
Hey, did you see that?
If you were really winning.
Yeah, jump in. Go ahead.
Did you see
I like
that Arab white man? Okay. I was gonna say, did you see that Arab white man talking about why white people or other people don't date black women? That went viral, and they're being real quiet, acting like they don't see it. You know what I'm saying?
No, I didn't see this. Somebody sent it to me. Send it to me, please. Put it
yeah.
in my comment section on my channel. Somebody, go ahead.
Oh, he's going in. He's talking about you're fat. Like he basically he's saying the
Ooh.
same things
The
here.
same
But
thing we're saying, huh?
but guess what black women did on Twitter? They blame black
Ignore
men,
it.
saying that,
Of
oh,
course.
because of Kevin Samuels and people like him,
Yeah, we
we're leaving
ruined their
them.
image in the
It's
past
always
3 years. Yeah, that's it.
it's
Let
always
me tell you.
Jermaine's fault. Go ahead, Morpheus.
No, but this is literally what they said. They said that because of Kevin Samuels and people like him, that we gave them the verbiage to say all of this. No, we know they've been saying this before that, and they know that.
They said it to us.
Exactly.
I like to give you guys an example of what my wife heard herself. She heard from black women on YouTube. Go ahead, babe.
I was gonna say, I watched Amazing Lose. That's why I came on here.
Okay.
So,
oh really?
So yes. So yeah, he was on a more conservative thing. Kind of like the Hodge twins kind of vibe for a little bit.
And they showed him the real.
Right, and now he's on a pro-black thing, and I was like, I was kind of feeling him a little bit. I was like, okay, and then I knew something was kind of strange when I don't know how much you guys watch the Breakfast Club or Tariq Nasheed or anything like that. He has this. I only know this girl. Her name is Tezin. First, I know him from Tariq Nasheed, and then now she's on the Breakfast Club doing the news. And that one Indian guy was on the Breakfast Club.
Horrible interview.
He's the only one saying that she did a good job, but everyone else saying that she did a bad job. I didn't watch the whole thing because honestly, the Indian guy, he's easily debunked. But like, if she did a bad job and he's easily debunked, then she's really dumb. But like, I know she's kind of ghetto because I heard her talk with Tariq on his live, and she likes hood dudes. And now this is supposed to be an educated woman, and she admits herself she likes hood dudes.
Oh no, it's all
There
over.
ain't
Her
nothing new and revealing about that.
It's all over her Instagram, so she's not even hiding it.
He fell off when he stops. He fell off when he started supporting Black Lives Matter. That's when he
yeah. That's
I wanted to hear you. I wanted you guys to hear from my wife's mouth what she heard black women say on YouTube.
Go ahead. My guess.
Hello. What's going on?
Nothing much, just hanging out. What he's referring to is I heard like a panel that people were on a while ago. It disturbed me, and I always bring it up to him. That's why he mentions this. It was a full black cast, black women, black men, and one of the girls on there had said that since she had gone to school and educated and elevated herself, it was beneath her to date a black man, even if he was educated. It was beneath her because she already surpassed him, and that basically black men weren't good enough for her anymore. She couldn't do that. It needed to be a white man or whatever other race, and it was just a disturbing thing to hear.
Well, we hear it all the time.
Intersectionality, right? Yeah, that's it.
And that's what Lucas don't want to hear. And I would have asked Lucas myself.
Actually,
he's my age.
their husbands, they're white.
Hold on. Go ahead, Tim.
I would ask Lucas myself because, you guys know I'm married. I would ask him myself, you being a select guy as you think you are, okay, where's your black woman at? Where's your black wife at if there's not a problem with him that needs to be fixed? Because like I said, he was marching with Black Lives Matter in the street. He lost a lot of white supporters because he used to be conservative like Officer Tate. But I would ask them, since you think you're select, you work out, right? And you think you're all this, where's your black queen at? Because I know you're 30-something years old. Where's you starting your family at? So if that's not the case, you're kind of putting your foot in your mouth.
You know, he from my understanding, the way he explains it,
Wolf, you can go after Mr. Z. Wolf.
He was invited to some type of panel, some type of discussion, and he was backstage with Candace Owens, and I want to say Officer Tatum. I want to say that's the other person he mentioned, and he was like, he got to hear them talk, and they sounded like the grifters they are, and he really got hit with like, oh crap, all the people over here on this side were right. And I'm like, yeah, what you thought, Negro? Like, first. Secondly, about and I want to end out on this freedom thing. Anybody that's in the automobiles, what happens when you turn off traction control and stability control on your car? Especially if it's powerful. All over the place, right?
You're going left or right.
And thank you. You get all the power you want. The freedom. You get the freedom, but guess what? Now it's all on you on how you control that car. Dear ladies, It's all on you, hon. You had to control this car. You wanted the freedom. You wanted all that 500, 600 horsepower with no traction control in the rain, rear-wheel drive. All right, then eat it. So if you end up in the pole, if you end up off of a cliff, if you end up in a ditch, eat that. You want if your fight was to be free, you can't have a fight for stability also. You can't have a fight for structure also. You don't want structure, you don't want stability. You want this weird kind of negative liberty version of freedom. Then you can have it. But you got to eat the consequences. I'll pause right there. Y'all go ahead.
Now, that actually goes right into what I was getting ready to talk about too. Because I thank you for doing that, Mr. Z. What I wanted to talk about though was two things, and I consider this part of BGS greatest hits. Another brick in the wall of indifference, and that rant, fuck a mating crisis. Those two right there immediately cemented kind of what Mr. Z was talking about. Y'all wanted all that power. Y'all wanted all this. You wanted to rig the game in your favor. And now you complain about what you got. You get what you get. And that actually leads into how I came up with my motto. I'm not trying to save the world. I'm simply here to enjoy what's left of it. You guys wanted all the power? Cool. You got it. You guys want to just run, you want to run everything to the ground? That's cool. I'm gonna stand over here on the corner and just watch you wrap that pole.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, guys. I'm real quick. Go ahead. I put the link in the chat about the white dude going in on black women. Y'all want to see it?
Okay. Is it in the back chat?
It's on the back chat. It's
Okay.
on Twitter. It's a Twitter video that he went in, and even in that video, you can see it really went viral. If you look at it, it's a Twitter link.
By the way, thank you, Mr. Shook to you. He said he put the link on my channel for me. Thank you, Mr. Shook to you.
How long is it?
It's not that long. I think it's like 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay, that's a little long, but yeah.
But he just set up mostly because he has a whiteboard and he put like number 2, you're fat.
He did one of those.
It's just 2 minutes.
It's 2 minutes? Okay. That's okay, that's short enough. Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. Pull it over here. Okay. Let's enlarge it and get some sound.
Yeah. Somebody just tell me how this is supposed to work for black women in the long run.
It doesn't. They don't care though.
I know, right? All right, then.
All they care is about the short run.
All right, then. You want to go scorch earth, then deal with the ashes and the rubble and the lack of vegetation after the fact.
Okay, let's see what Arab Jermaine has to say.
Want to date black women. If you're watching this and you're a black woman, listen carefully, okay? It's not racism. I'm not racist. My friends aren't racist. I'm speaking for all men. They're not racist, right? It's nothing to do with racism. It's to do with being masculine and aggressive. No guy wants to date a woman who's so masculine and aggressive. The average woman, the black American woman, is 180 pounds. Man's coming like Israel Adesanya, middleweight UFC champion. I don't want to date Adesanya. 180 pounds. That's average. That's crazy, meaning more than half of the black American women are above 180. They're coming like Brock Lesnar. And the problem is they're looking up to people like Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion. Cardi B has literally been on interview saying multiple times how she's drugged people, stole their money, done all these horrible things. And you have all these black women saying she's the queen, she's the queen. The problem with so many black women is they're so fat and bulky, right? And they're acting like, why am I not being treated like this European model? Because you're not a model. Nothing to do with your color. It's just she's a beautiful model. She looks amazing. You are massive. Oh, but I'm big boned. Look, black people have great genetics. They're very strong. But the problem is with black women is it just makes them go so fucking crazy and psycho. And they want to beat everyone up and they become so aggressive. Relax. No one's trying to take your chicken. You just need to relax a minute. That's why people don't want to date you.
You knew it was coming. The racists coming. They gotta do it.
To do with racism at all. Read the whiteboard if you're getting confused. These are the problems. Masculine, aggressive, not racism. It's nothing to do with racism. If any of you black women want to debate me, you're more than welcome to come to the pond. I will debate you live in this pool, in my kayak. You can be sat there and I will tell you the exact same things. But if you're as big as Brock Lesnar, then you can't come.
I bet you.
And that's their type too. That's one of the ones. That's one of the ones they would date too.
That's the mic drop. That's the mic drop.
You know what made it worse? He's Arab, and I see so many divestors bigging up Arab men.
But
that's what made it worse.
He's also British too, so
yeah. That's the look right there. And first, The internet will expose us all. I gotta drop my motto in there. Yo, you've been talking real crazy and real reckless for a couple decades on the interwebs, bro. Everybody hear it. Everybody hear it. So non-black men are chiming in also. And you know one of those situations when you try to like you have a younger sibling or you have a niece or a nephew and you're like, hey bro, be careful. I'm trying to tell you. And they don't listen. And then this is me like, hey, you sure you want to air out your dirty laundry? You think you airing out our dirty laundry? You sure you want to air out your dirty laundry over the internet? All right then. And now you have white people chiming in. And but to your dismay, not as many are repeating what you thought they would repeat because they don't got to pretend with you. See, at work they got to pretend with you. On the college and university campus they got to pretend with you. But on the interwebs with some anonymity, they don't, and it get real ugly real fast. And even with this guy, he showed his face. All right, hey, that those hurt feelings. Anyway, go ahead, y'all. Pause right there.
You'd think they'd know, like if black men are saying you're too big, because every other races of men, they're very strict when it comes to that weight. Let's keep it real. We're really lenient when it comes to the weight compared to other races of men. So if you're too big for us, you definitely can't date out.
Yeah, especially Middle Eastern men because they tend to be small.
Yeah.
And thin, so yeah, they can't really handle big women like that.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
even
And it
even
just-
even a larger Middle Eastern
Yeah.
guys, because I know a lot of them when I lived in Stamford, Connecticut. They didn't even talk about black women. Like they're not even mentioned.
Yeah,
The black mind brings them.
They don't speak native Klingon. That's probably why.
Yeah.
Oh,
Black
I
mind
know
brings
what he's
up
saying.
the
I know what he's saying
situation.
about not talking about black women. A lot of foreign men, particularly like Indian and guys like that we have here in California, when listing girls, like for example, there was one incident where he's like, "Hey, you should come to this party, GC. It got every type of girl you could think of. It got white girls, it got Latin girls, it got Asian girls. It got anything you want. It got Indian girls. Like, do it have black girls? Like, oh, I don't know."
Wow.
So yeah, and that's prevalent. They don't really see them, unfortunately for them, they don't really see them as more or less companions or somebody to hang around, kick it with, or something like that. They see them more as whatever their function is at work.
Yeah.
They don't really see them as a female function, more just like a masculine function.
Black mind brings this up real quick. I'm gonna move out your way in 20 seconds. Black mind brings this up all the time, right? Because y'all know he's in the Middle East, and he brings this up all the time, which is like how they see black people in general, but particularly black women. And it's actually like, even I think some of us in this space would be like, God damn, like it's really that disheartening. It's really like, yo, they're just like servants and maids and like maybe son a pipe. Like this is not something you deal with if you're any man of status or trying to be upwardly mobile or anything like that. And if you don't know that, then you're going to talk crazy, and then you're going to end up in a situation where these guys tell you what they really think and feel about you, and well, suicide watch. Anyway, y'all go ahead. I'm pausing right there.
And the thing is, right? They think, unfortunately, they think that attitude, is what gives them that position to supposedly be on top. But what I can't say they don't realize, they just don't care, is that nobody's really like fucking with them. But then I guess they're using cope for, well, that's why, women are jealous, or that's why the men can't handle this and all sort of nonsense. And even in the past 2 weeks, we've literally seen, as usual, publicly, with these older, celebrities showing their boobs and being rude publicly again. And it's like, I even had this conversation with my older sister. I mean, she's literally like one class away from her second master's, right? So she's like, she's saying she's tired of, all black women being looked at as they're all the same.
Uh-huh.
And I just sent her all the books and the links. That's all I did in the text. I didn't even argue, nothing. I said, this is the reason why.
The real reason is because no black woman says, "Hey sis, stop that. You're making us look bad." None of them do that. They just
well, look what happened to Andy Reid.
True.
What was that?
Yeah.
So that's what happens when they do that. I mean, she actually has the fortitude to stick by it, to stand her own sword, right? But it doesn't matter.
That's true.
It cannot be critiqued.
We have to really, and I'm calling black Black Manosphere special privilege right here from Mr. Obsidian and BGS. We really have to do some real digging of black women and negative liberty. We really have to grapple with the fact, like when somebody said this earlier, that's what I've been thinking. I've been trying to grapple with also is the idea of black women wanting a particular type of freedom, but still wanting structures in place to catch them when they mess up, which is inevitable, right? So bowling with the guardrails, but acting like you don't got the guardrails up, right? So you never get a gutter ball, right? So and I think that's what we're dealing with. Everybody on the panel, that's what we're dealing with. Everybody in the chat, that's what we're dealing with. And these are our mothers, our sisters, our aunts, our grandmas, like our girlfriends, our wives. They want to be free, but not really. They want it, but not really, right? So yeah, go ahead.
Listen, I think it's what BGS said. I never came up with the idea. I never heard of this concept until you said it. BGS was the I think it was the village wife. They all want to be village wives. That's
Yeah,
the
they do.
ideal
Oh,
situation.
they said so. They want to be serial monogamous. That's what what's her name? Diane Williams. They wrote the book Black Women, Black Love. They want to go from man to man to man with their children until they find one they like.
Can I also ask you something, BGS? I've been watching some Nietzsche and stuff like that, and he talked about the I forgot the when you don't have your father and you don't have your mom, there's certain type of, I think it's enmas or something like that. You know what I'm talking about?
I think so. Well, go ahead.
But he I think it was Nietzsche, and he talked about how like when you don't have the father around, how the daughters will grow up and the pathologies, and it mirrored exactly what black women do to a T.
Yeah, they don't have the male energy. Father energy. I'm sure Nietzsche knows this because he was a Gnostic. Father energy is Saturn, right? Which is structure. Okay. Which is structure, which is boundaries. That's why Saturn is the old man, is the father. It sets boundaries for everybody else. So without the father, without Saturn, there's no boundaries. So kids grow kind of loose and without control. Women are not really, most of them are not really teach their kids how to control themselves. So you see a lot of out of control men, especially, and women without a father.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. Hey, what's going on, people?
Hey.
What's up, Art?
Art, what's
I
up?
thought I'd jump up here. I couldn't believe Amazing Lucas. I'm like, damn, man.
I was shocked, man. And the thing is, I thought I was gonna have a whole discussion, man. He just spazzed out. It's just like I didn't.
I shared some of his material. I'm like, okay.
Did you hear the interaction at all?
Yeah, I heard some of it because I thought, I'm like, okay, finally we get to hear some real conversation. But
So is that typical of him, or is that
no? That's what I was thinking. I'm thinking that he was probably trolling. The stuff that he was saying. I don't recall him saying anything like that on his channel.
Yeah,
He probably tried that when he was talking about Keke Palmer, but for the most part, he says a lot of things that's in alignment with what we talk about here. That's why I thought he was going to go on and at least dialogue. And then he had Gigi up here too and Obsidian. It would have been a decent conversation.
It would have. I was looking for a conversation, but the thing is, he just spazzed out. Hold on a second, man. Z, I know you're female. If you want to come up and have a conversation,
I'm about to say no, I'm not.
If not, no.
I realize what you're talking about. Yeah.
If you want to have a conversation, I put the link in the chat. Okay. Otherwise, I'm gonna ban you, boss. Okay.
I went to his live. He's still spazzing out.
Yeah, he is. I checked out. Yeah, I looked over and he was.
What is wrong with him? He's on his period or something?
No, you know what I think. You gotta think
He's
about
like
so.
Dr. Umar.
So I think the Tariqs of the world kept on. Remember, Tariq kept on. Oh, he was flaming Amazing Lucas, and I think after that Candace Owens and Tatum situation, when when you hit the wall and you like, oh shit, man, I was messing up, and so he's going the opposite direction so far. He's just adopting these talking points. So now we're what he calls the pussy fear. The pussy fear. He calls us the pussy fear. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay.
This is like Tariq Nasheed type of language, right? So like
Jason, that's where he got that from.
No, I didn't know that Jason said. I know. Jason calls us the winosphere. Yeah. But go ahead. Go ahead.
What makes him full of crap?
Go ahead, Art. Yeah.
He is totally opposed to Dr. Umar.
He sounded like him right now.
We back
Listen to
then,
him
you
right
know, the
now.
stuff that he was saying, he was not aligned with Dr. Umar, but when he came up today, it was like he was Dr. Umar's spokesperson.
Brother.
It's like, dude, where
It
are you
sounds like
coming
he's.
from?
I didn't hear the part that what he was saying, but it sounds like he's just trying to, degrade competition.
Well,
He sees
about
this sector as
a month
competition,
ago,
so he's like, y'all not this, y'all not that, and to
about a
aggrandize
month ago,
himself.
he sent shots out to CGA. He was trying to stir up some stuff with there. I think he's trying to troll the news, but he's just not getting them.
Maybe he's trying to get
Excuse me,
views.
gentlemen.
I mean, he did lose a lot. I'm gonna move out your way in 30 seconds, bro. He did lose some subscribers.
We got the other Z in the house, so but go ahead.
Okay, yeah, he did lose some subscribers, but like we were saying, when he got off, and there's bro, we got conservative Obsidians up here, we got conservative brothers here, right? Like the Black Manosphere tends to that direction. That's not the problem. You was tap dancing, brother. You were tap dancing, and when you got that wake up call, then you went completely right, and now you're overcompensating. That's the problem people have with you. So if you're coming to the Black Manosphere to try to gin up some type of numbers and subscribers and say, "Oh, these people it's just the whining sphere." Now you call it the bussy sphere, bro. You're too late. Jason Black beat you to the punch. Anyway, I'll pause right there.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get subs. I think that's what it really is about. I think
subs, views, all that stuff. Like it's got to be hard to be a content creator and get content.
I just wanted to ask Mr. Obsidian one question. I didn't want to really disturb.
Go ahead.
Are you still there, sir?
Yeah.
The conclave thing, do you have to show up there personally or is it online?
It can be virtual. It can be virtual. There is a option to get a virtual ticket. So you just have to head on the website and check it out.
All right, so just go onto any one of your videos and look for the link and I can get it from there.
No, www.black-manosphere.org.
Say it one more time because just
put it in the back chat for him.
I'll put it in the back.
Okay, put it in the back chat.
No, no, I was gonna go rewind the video and just listen to it one more time.
What? Okay, they're gonna put the link in the back chat for you, so you can actually have the link to what you asked.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Thank you. It's back there right now. Okay.
Yeah, I'll say it's.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, and have a great day, gentlemen.
Okay.
For the basic content, it's a good price, but get the ticket early. Just because I go to a ton of conferences, and some of these, the Salesforce ones will go up to 2,000 a conference. It'll be a whole week, and they'll have guest speakers and stuff like that. But it'll be like Arnold Schwarzenegger and stuff, so they got to pay their Speakers Bureau fees. But those are more you're seeing celebrities, you get to shake their hands. But this is like content that you can actually apply to your life. Theo's workshop is just alone.
Yeah, that's the reason why I was trying to get on for Theo. I wanted to get with him.
Oh yeah. Obsidian. I always send you guys to, if you want to get in contact with Theo, always go through Obsidian. Okay, he has the best direct line to Theo. So go through Obsidian.
Yeah, he told
Thank you again, gentlemen.
Okay,
you guys have a great day.
All right.
Hey,
All right.
What's up? My name is Z.
Okay.
Hello?
No, you got it. Go for it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was the guy that you said you wanted to speak to.
No,
to join the chat.
In other words,
my name is.
Okay, hold on a second. Just calm down. You got
Okay.
time, right? Okay. You were saying a lot of stuff in the chat. Say instead of hitting the link. Now you're here. Now what is it you want to say?
No, I feel that what I want to say is I feel that a lot of us are not holding each other accountable. Yes. Are they black women that have problems? Of course they are, but there are also a lot of good black women out there. I'm married to one.
Okay,
hold on, wait.
Hey, don't start that with me. You have time to talk. You will get your chance to talk, okay? But I have a chance to respond. It's my show, is it not?
Go on, no problem.
Don't monologue, okay? What do you mean by be holding each other accountable? What does that look like?
Well, I've seen that a lot of black men won't improve themselves to become more responsible black men.
Okay, so in other words, you're saying that we don't hold each other accountable. Is that what you're saying?
I feel that is the case.
Okay, Obsidian. He's the main one. Tell him how you hold us black men accountable. Go give me your 5 minutes. Go ahead, man.
Well, I was just about to ask the brother. Your name is Dragon?
Yes.
Okay.
No, you call me Z. My real name is Z, but you can call me Z.
Okay, Z. So you're saying that brothers in the Black Manosphere don't hold each other accountable? Okay, that's fair. So let me ask you this: what brother in the black manosphere has been more irresponsible than Derek Jackson?
He didn't know who he is, so I'm sure I probably should.
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I constantly do. I've had a problem with him for a long time.
Okay.
I always had a problem with him because, you cannot, while you making it seem like it's that, yeah, we have our faults, but that's not majority of men,
That's not
especially black men.
That's not my question.
Obsidian is a founder. He's a founder.
Help me if I got this right. You said that your problem with the black manosphere is that we don't hold each other accountable. And when BGS asked you to elaborate, you then said you didn't think that brothers in the black manosphere weren't hurting each other accountable with regard to responsibility. Did I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. My response to you is to ask you, okay, that's fair. Can you point to any black man in the black manosphere that is irresponsible as Derek Jackson?
A lot of y'all might get mad if I say this person's name. Well, I won't say his name. I'll say somebody.
No.
No, you're not gonna.
Hey, Z, say his name, okay? Say his name.
All right. Kevin Samuels.
Okay.
I knew it. I knew it.
Hang on.
Please elaborate.
See now. Don't shoot me. Don't come at me now. I gotta say this.
Z. Calm down. Calm down. I don't know what you're on, but calm down. Put the coffee down, all right, for a second, all right?
So the track records with regard to our brother Kevin Samuels and Derek Jackson, two men I know fairly well, is a matter of public record. He has never denied the fact that he was married and divorced twice. However, there has never been any record of him cheating on his wife. Do you agree?
Who you're talking about? Kevin Samuels?
Yes.
That's not what I have a problem with.
That's not what I asked you. You said in response to me citing Derek Jackson, you said Kevin Samuels. Okay.
Would you like me to explain why I say Kevin Samuels?
We'll get there in a minute, but I'm just making something clear. It is a matter
You got another
of
minute.
public
You got another
record.
minute, Obsidian. Go ahead.
It is a matter of public record that Derek Jackson has repeatedly cheated on his wife. Is that not true?
I have nothing to do with that. That's why I said I never cared for Derek Jackson.
That's not what I asked you, brother. I asked you, it is a matter of public record that he has repeatedly cheated on his wife. Is that not true?
Yes.
Okay. Kevin has never been known to cheat on either of his ex-wives. Is that also not true?
I'm not talking about that though.
That's not what I asked.
Yeah. What can you say? What you have a problem with?
Answer the question so we can actually move forward instead of trying to avoid it. Answer the question, yes or no.
No.
Thank you.
So what
are
you saying that Kevin Samuels is as irresponsible as Derek Jackson?
As irresponsible as leading a lot of black men wrongly. He has said a lot of things that the black man did not. That he was not held accountable for about the black woman. All right, go on.
Let me handle this, Obsidian, for a second, okay? Name where Kevin has been irresponsible and not being holding black men accountable for something. Go ahead.
When he said that black women are on the ugly side of the beauty spectrum.
He didn't say that.
He did. I was there when the lie went live. Yes, he did. You can YouTube that.
Hold on. Okay. Where did he say that?
He said it on a YouTube live stream with a few guys when he said black women were on.
What did he say?
He said on a beauty spectrum, and I'm sorry, but black women are at the lowest side of the spectrum. He said that.
What exactly did he say?
That's exactly what he said.
That's not exactly what he said. Okay.
No, it's not. It's not. He was pointing out the
weight. Okay.
The symbiote.
No, it wasn't the weight. It was not the weight. It was the beauty spectrum.
No.
Okay, hold on a second, Z. I brought the man in myself, okay? I know the man personally, okay? Personally. He didn't say that shit. I know what he said.
Yeah. He pointed out the Fibonacci sequence is, it's 1 + 1, 1 + 1 is 2. 1 + 2 is 3, 2 + 3 is 5. There's a ratio in nature that a lot of things adhere to, and there's a ratio for beauty. And a number of Black women don't adhere to that.
And
And it also doesn't help that a lot are
most
overweight.
women, period, are below a 7, right? Below a 7.
Below a 5.
Below, yeah, below. The vast majority of women are actually below a 6. Okay, the vast majority.
Okay.
Period.
Put
Okay,
weight on it.
all
Put weight on
women. When you put weight in it, that puts you on the other side of attractability. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What did he say his standard of beauty is in a woman? What did he say? Who did he call out?
Kelly Rowland.
Kelly Rowland. Okay.
Dark-skinned Black woman.
Dark-skinned Black woman. Okay. Now, now the thing is, that's not being accountable. How did he not hold Black men accountable? That's what I want to hear. Fuck
Exactly, right here, right now. How y'all?
No, fuck that. Give me details.
Wait, I just said it. There's a video out there of him saying it, and even the men on there was like, "No, you didn't say that."
That's bullshit. Accountability, sir. That's not accountability. Accountability. Sir.
Y'all didn't hold an accountability. Y'all still not doing it right now.
BGS, this is important because I'm going to speak to what you're saying.
What the shit is this?
Brother, let me get this. BGS. So no, I'm interrupting for a reason. Trust me with this.
You got 30 seconds. Z.
Okay, it's a question to you, BGS. You just got on me 2 days ago. What did you ask? What did you tell me 2 days ago, BGS? You just got on me on my own live 2 days ago. What was it about?
Oh, I don't remember.
About going back to school.
Oh,
accountability. Dr. Thunder, same thing.
Yeah.
Charles, same thing. That's the Black manosphere. All these brothers in the Black manosphere are getting on Mr. Z. By the way, I'm Mr. Z. About going back to school because they feel like I'm wasting my talent, which they're probably right. They're definitely right. But you're talking about accountability, and these brothers literally BGS just did that to me 2 days ago.
Okay.
Not even a full 2 days ago.
Can I say something right quick?
Real quick. You got 30 seconds too. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So Z, I think that you're confusing holding Black women accountable with not holding Black men accountable. You see, when asked the question of how is Kevin Samuels not holding Black men accountable, you brought up an instance where you believe that he held Black women accountable or said that they were less than because they are underperforming as beautiful women. You still have yet to give an example of how he is the absence of something. But when Obsidian brought up Derek Jackson. When Obsidian brought up Derek Jackson and you were given the opportunity to hold this Black man accountable, as you claim that the manosphere is not doing, you did not take that opportunity. It does seem as if you are just using holding Black men as a deflection to where when a Black man brings up Black women and the things that she should be accountable for, you're using Black men accountability as a deflection.
Now, I want unmute yourself. I want bullet points. What is holding Black men accountable look like to you? Fuck the beauty.
You know what? If you're gonna mute me and y'all gonna make your own points, have a good one.
Bye.
Now, with him out of the way, I wanted to. The reason that I came up. The reason that I came up was because that guy, the Arab guy who, said what he said about the obesity and stuff like that, and they blamed Kevin Samuels for that. I think that because white guys have been saying things like that for years, on various posts, on, Yahoo News and stuff. It's not anything new. One of them even said something like that on Oprah. The thing that bothers them the most is that it seems as though Black men and white men are starting to agree on it, because in the past, Black women had the luxury of lying on both sides and making Black men and white men each other's enemy. For example, if white men were to say something about Black women, then they would just say, oh, white supremacy, racism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then Black men would get up in arms in defense of that. If Black men were to do something and say something or make a complaint about Black women, then they can just say, misogyny, cheating and beating. Look at these thugs. Look at the way, deadbeat dads, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So their propaganda engine does seem to be waning, because both sides aren't passing judgment on each other anymore. Black men aren't really looking at white men as this evil white supremacists that are just insulting our queens, and white men aren't looking at just a group of thugs who just dodge responsibility because they are just genetically irresponsible people. They see that wall crumbling and they blame Kevin Samuels for that.
They can't because these women have been strong and independent. Now they're standing on their own 2 feet. And
imagine blaming Kevin Samuels for two years of content. Wow. Imagine blaming Kevin Samuels
What did he
for
say?
2 years.
What he said? If you're not working 60 hours, at least 60 hours a week, okay, you're not doing anything right.
He told brothers to put on a suit.
Put on a suit, dress better. Go back.
Wash your ass.
Wash your ass, right? Okay. You know,
I'm here late because I just finished with the 12 hours workday.
Keep in mind, I just got off 14 hours.
Yeah, that's my average right there.
Yeah.
One thing I remember hearing:
vet for marriage instead of sex. Okay.
Yeah.
Be a high value man, right? Be responsible with yourself. Join a group, right?
Be an asset to your circle.
Asset to your circle, right? Okay. And basically, he actually advocated for marriage. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. He told you nobody in business gets high up without a spouse, without a wife. He told you that.
Those are facts.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, man. In undergrad, I remember a lot of white women telling me they loved black women's sassiness, meaning they knew that the attitude thing was there. And these were like women, good university, but they would be around these women, and they're moving towards them, and a lot of guys are moving away from all of it. White, black, Arab, whatever.
Because they wanted
the sassiness equals freedom to them.
What they mean to say is they love the black woman's ability to get their men to tolerate that sassiness.
Yep. Exactly.
Can I add one better? So once you take a lifespan class or a psychology class, a sociology class, they get to the chapter of discipline, and they ask who believes in whipping their kids. Hispanic women usually don't raise their hand. White women don't raise their hand, and everybody just looks at the black women in the class raising their hand. That shit is real. That shit is real. Okay.
Man, there was a short with Andrew Tate about 6 months ago talking about how his black aunt in Chicago. I was like, this nigga's black. She was like, she would throw ashtrays at people. She would be beating everybody, and she would beat her kids, the next door neighbor's kids. I was like, yeah, he's black. He's definitely black.
But with that said, I still haven't heard a video about the psychology to why black women particularly beat their kids and for whose approval.
That is something that comes from the continent. They do that on the continent.
Yes.
Spread a rod. Where do you think that comes from? That's not.
Spread a rod, spoil a child.
They don't play on the continent for the most part, and sometimes you would rather be beaten because it was quick. They also had things like one, you would get whipped, and it would be something else. So either both your parents whipped you, or if you did something stupid in the public, whoever you disrespected or disrespected your family's name, that person could whip your ass. Then you got home and you got your ass whipped by one of your parents or both of your parents, and then you still got disciplined.
Yep. I got my ass beat by a few neighbors in Mississippi for throwing rocks, and y'all know I was a military brat, so I grew up there. Hey, I just wanted to say
they liberal with the switch too.
Oh, they're liberal with it, bro. I'm a military brat. I've said it many times. I've lived in Spain, Germany, Hawaii, and my mom didn't like me growing up in Hawaii because it gave you a false image of life for a black man. She sent me to Mississippi, Chicago, where I told her women act different. Black girls act different. And I said, I don't like these motherfuckers. I'm going to marry a white woman, which I wasn't going to do. I just wanted to find something different. But when y'all come up here and y'all trying to determine what black men are doing to understand what type of environment we're in, it's disingenuous. You're well aware, especially if you're not married to one of them, to even attempt to have a conversation. And that guy, I used to watch his content. He's like a Hodgins twins reject, right? That went liberal. Oh my God.
Yeah, he was a fan of theirs. He was a fan of theirs at one point. He was a fan.
Yeah, he was doing, the smack or whatever, and have this big intro type shit. But I would like to see him come back and actually have a conversation. Because
BGS, I think you just gotta be you and him. It gotta be you and him.
The thing is, I would have. One, I want to make sure that was him. Number two, you can't come at me like that, man. I'm getting too old for that. You can't come at me like that. I don't care who you are. If you're president of the United States, you can't come at me like that. Okay?
BJ sound like Donald Glover. He sound like Glover. I'm too bad. Getting too old for this shit. I feel him.
But he's welcome to come back if he wants to have
Yeah,
a conversation. But thing is, I
yeah.
don't take disrespect very well. You ask the question, I try to
Yeah.
give it to you. Trying to
And I
talk
don't
over.
really understand what was he saying. What was he advocating for? What was the
Yeah,
point?
he was saying that we're overgeneralizing black women, and there's a lot of good black women out there, and the stats don't prove that
He ain't never
that it's
lived one. Look, shut
cultural.
up.
Yeah, that it's cultural,
Wait,
and
Overgeneralizing is a faulty term.
yeah.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Obsidian, you were a black woman, aren't you?
I am.
Okay. BGS, your children are black women, aren't they?
It's black as the ace of spades. Yes.
Okay. From my understanding, Green Gorilla children are from black women. Mr.
Mm-hmm.
Z is with a black woman. What the hell is Amazing
Wait, my
Lucas talking
woman's
about?
black.
Nigga, we
My
don't know
wife.
you with a chick. We don't even know you with a woman, let
Well,
alone a black woman.
what I'm saying is, you know, if you wanted to give a speech, you should have said
I'm just
so.
saying.
But he asked questions. I was trying to answer him. He was talking over me. You know,
Yeah, he came here to filibuster, bro.
in the
I'm just
filibuster.
telling you straight up,
Not
BGS.
here, not here, son. Not on the panel. Okay.
The part the
Go ahead.
part that kind of I'm sorry, BJS.
No, go ahead, Art.
The part that really bugged me, he wasn't even responding to what was going on in the panel. I think he
Nope.
listened to other material and other live streams and took that BS over here. You know, he tried to give it the whole educated, lame, patting, wagging finger, patting people on the head type stuff, and that's why everybody get you didn't see it, but you can feel there was a side eye when he started speaking. And it's like, dude, you're not talking to people on the panel. You're speaking, you're responding to something else from other stuff. And by the way, and I know the narrative that he was trying to push. How many brothers in this space normally say, I can't get women, I'm horrible, nobody likes me? How many people walk around with their pants over their navel looking like alfalfa and glasses and pocket protectors? Because that's what everybody, these people like him and the other people trying to make it look like this space only
Like we're lames.
comprises.
Yeah.
He reminded me of Hammer.
You had a PhD on the panel talking before you got up here. What are you talking about?
Yep. A literal 1%er.
Little 1%er. Yeah.
Yeah, that bugs me when people come through here like this. And by the way, Mr. Z, you are a
Yes,
hero. I heard you yesterday while I was in church.
Thank you,
But,
sir. Oh God, I feel high praise from Art. High praise, jeez.
You
Thank you, Art.
represented. You
I
did
thank you, brother.
exactly.
Thank you.
You know how people talk about how people that are non-ADOS, quote unquote, non-FBA, you represented. You showed the true meaning of the black family from all the diasporas. You did
Thank
your
you,
thing,
sir.
and they did not
Ooh,
like
that is
that.
high praise. That is high praise.
Okay. Black
Mr. Z about to drop a tear.
Okay,
Jesus.
Black
Go ahead, y'all.
Black Restrict, you got 2 minutes, man. Be respectful, okay? So I don't have to drop you, okay?
Hey, good evening, gentlemen. My name's Black Restrict. Nice to meet everybody. Greetings from Texas.
Texas it is.
What part? What part? North or south?
Houston, Texas.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. So
H-Town.
greetings from the 713, everybody. So yeah, basically, that last call, yeah, basically, you could easily tell it was a trigger effect to the extent of, you just heard one thing, and then next thing you know, it was just nothing but feelings above facts, and he wasn't exactly in a mind to hear facts, and that's the thing that kind of, is my experience, especially around the women of the diaspora here in America. It's just been an issue in the sense of you just can't tell them anything. You can't tell a lot of folks anything these days because, social media has inflated everybody's ego. Social media's got no point to where everybody's got to be the hero of their own story. And with regards to where we're at with the dynamics between men and women right now, especially in our particular side of the manosphere, with the black manosphere between our women and us, it's just gotten to a point where you can say that there are good women in our sphere of things. There are, but the thing about it is, everybody always says, the bad apple, one bad apple spoils the bunch, and it's just gotten to a point where we're now having to find ways to settle with the ladies that have had children out of wedlock, made bad decisions with other people, and can't really emotionally connect with us, or whatever the case may be. And that's just been a raw deal that a lot of us have had to basically bite our teeth down and just go along with the flow of things for way too long, and it's just gotten to a point to where now the new generation, we talk about this a lot more than ever before, and now it's gotten to a point where the conversation's loud enough. They're hearing us now more than ever before because it's out there, and they don't like what they're hearing. They don't like all the feedback that we're giving them on our experience of being around them. And in their minds, they think that we should just get along and go along, you know, just like has been done by our forefathers past. And that's just not how it's going to be anymore. I mean, we have the right to have our standards. We have the right to, you know, go ahead and voice what things are. And we've got every single which right to go ahead and call all that out. The same way that they thought that they could call all the things that they've seen about us out over the course of the last several decades. And just think, if all the things and if all the advents in this country, like, you know, obviously alimony, the things that have come around since 1965, Section 8 and whatnot, if none of that was a thing, do you think things would wind up, you know, would have devolved to the point to where they are now, where you've got all of these ladies just telling us over here in the Western world, you know, we don't need any man. We don't need you. We don't need you around. And then would you have guys like, you know, Umar Jackson telling us, or Johnson telling us, you know, we're the ones that need to change, in spite of the fact that it's been proven that black men are some of the most desirable men and some of the best fathers on the face of the planet when the family is nuclear.
They get mad at that.
They get extremely mad at that.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, brother?
Go right
Being
ahead.
in H-Town, do you carry around your pre-ordered penicillin?
Oh,
you know, because,
here we go.
I'm just,
Here we go.
you pre-order your yearly supply of penicillin?
No, sir. I haven't fortunate enough to be around that. No.
Go to your nearest hospital and say, yo, I need 6 months of penicillin, okay? I'm out here in the H. Hey, but no, I want to ask
y'all
something
ain't
what
shit.
you
You ain't
said.
shit, Leon. You ain't shit,
I
Leon. But okay.
want
You
to
ain't
ask
shit,
something
Leon.
what you said. I'm sorry. You know, I got jokes. Usually I don't use jokes in the chat.
Okay.
I only do it in the chat. Okay. Hey, brother, this is what you don't understand. The matriarchs don't have these women under control. Ever since welfare came, matriarchs, grandmas have no control of these women.
No one does.
So when grandma not in the room and she can't exert her matriarchal power, well, what do you get? This is what you get.
Women that are 50 times worse than what they were.
Yeah, exactly. And they weren't bad. Their situation was bad. Their circumstances were bad.
Exactly. Think their circumstances were way different back then than what they are now. But at the same time, you know, you look at the way things are now, you know, our women have just gotten so much worse than before. And it's gotten to a point where we're now one of the least married demographic. Our women are the least married demographic here in the United States. 1 in every 4 get married. And when the baby boomers go out, that's probably going to drop. That's probably going to get halved. Yeah.
Hey, but I'm about to roll BGS. But
10%.
you know, if they had a statistic for African women marrying black men, black
Totally
Latinos, if they had Caribbean, you know what the marriage rate would be for our FBA or, you know, American black women.
Absolutely.
Dirty Folks quoted it as 9%.
Yeah, it would be bad. You know what I'm
It'd be
saying?
very bad.
Yeah.
But they're lucky that they're connected to just the word black, and that adds to their marriage rates. Let's be for real. But y'all holla, I got to go pick up my son from the grandparents because, you know, I got a tribe. Holla.
All right.
Jesus,
we go like 20 more minutes because we're almost at 4 hours right now. So
if I could just make one more quick statement, and then I'll bolt.
Okay, jump in.
Real quick. So essentially, this goes back all the way back to your video that you made, I think about a year ago, BGS, about you know, the passport bros and whatnot being an effect, not a cause.
Yeah, it's an effect. It's an effect.
Yeah. And what caught my eye about that video was what you showed at the beginning of that video, where this particular discussion was had way back then, like 50 years ago.
Yeah.
In our community, and the biggest statement was the opening statement of that whole entire piece of footage, which was when the gentleman was saying that, you know, we're fighting a revolution within a revolution, because we all know what was happening back during those times. But at the same time, this was when, you know, of course, feminism was starting to ramp up, and this was when the affirmative action was really starting to take root and really starting to get into the minds of women across not only our nation but the Western world.
Mhm.
And it got to a point where the mindset of not needing a man, and of course not needing to be one of the cornerstones behind the nuclear family, was really getting rooted in a lot of ladies' minds. And it really, a lot of it got brushed off back then. It was getting talked about back then, but it wasn't exactly having the same volume from our side of things back then, because the whole entire foundation point was to push women into the workforce, push more women into the workforce, affirmative action, get it going. And then
it was okay. The affirmative action was actually built to, if you go back and look at what Clark said, what Moynihan said, and what the Kerner Commission said, affirmative action is actually built for black men first. Okay.
Yes.
They should have got the bulk of it. Guess who got the bulk of it? White women. White women got 83%. That's what happened to black wealth in America. It's supposed to go to black men to actually rebuild their families first, but that didn't happen. And black women went along with it. Then they complained about wealth, about black wealth. But go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And then it gets to the point where we see the ugly side of not only just monogamy, but the hypergamous side of things, where the more money the women made, the more of course, their standards increased, and the more their standards increase, I mean, you see the way that women, whenever they get into positions of power, we know how it is. They're going to immediately turn that power into the biggest case of, yes, respect me. Here's who I am. You will refer to me as such. They turn it into the biggest identity flex of all time. And next thing you know, a lot of that translates into how things are seen on the dating side of things. And you see how the effects of where that's gone now.
And in other words, they made eventually made white men Negroes, and they don't like it. That's why they're complaining now.
And in correction to what hypergamy really is. Hypergamy is when a woman marries into a higher socioeconomic class. Okay, so most women cannot do that, and if most women can't do that, by de facto, the vast majority of black women definitely cannot do that. Okay, so they're not even practicing hypergamy for the most part. They're not.
Black women are natural feminists. That's how
they are. Oh, they're the first feminists.
Yes,
because they can actually have the power to actually do so, whereas white women don't.
That's why they hate when you say they hate hearing the word. Think about it. I know I'm not the only black men have seen this in their own family. When they go to a wedding, when they get to the part about will you submit to your husband, you see all the black women cringe collectively.
Yep. It's a word they hate.
It's like, honestly, hearing that word is kind of like a vampire seeing a cross. Like, but I use that as my test to see what black women to deal with. If I just say the word, I'm telling you, try this. Just say the word submit. If she cringe, you know she's no good.
Hey, well then you're gonna have to go through like 1,000 black women to get one.
You're right about that.
Oh yeah,
to get one, if that's the case.
So
and God help you if you tell them not to wear a certain something out in public or a certain something around other men, like bars, restaurants, and all that other good stuff.
Oh, you're gonna have to go through 1,500.
Oh, one last thing. Speaking of that about dressing, I live here in Orlando. I know I'm not the only one seeing this all around the United. Have you guys been noticing, even just places that are not clubs, that black women are dressing damn near naked? Like
horror culture is all over the planet now. It's not just here. Okay, horror culture is what Clark calls a tangle of pathology. Is actually embedded itself into the whole American culture and gone all the way across the world. So it's spread.
I hear what you're saying. Like, okay, obviously we have a lot of Hispanics here in Orlando, right? They dress a little when I say I'm saying naked, I see the nipples and everything. I mean literally.
Yes, horror culture has penetrated.
But I see it more with black women than any other.
That's where it started. Okay, it started with black women. It really started in the 70s, a little bit in the 80s, but things exploded in the 90s with Atlanta and Houston as far as Freaknik and all that shit really blew up in the 90s. Okay,
Yeah,
And then
Richmond Avenue is still popping to this day.
yeah, so after that, it kind of blew up, kind of spread all over the globe. So and the Kardashians didn't help because they also spread horror culture to the globe. Okay, with black husbands. Okay, so now that's the archetype, right? Bossy chicks with a black husband and with horror culture. Okay, that's how come all the stars actually want to dress scantily, right? Because they make money all over the world through horror culture.
I guess that's what Kiki was trying to do.
That's what Kiki's trying to do it. Lori Harvey's trying to do it. The two Baileys, Hallie
Oh
and
yeah.
Chloe trying to do it. Okay. Look at Russell Wilson and his wife are trying to do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
like people have to realize these entertainers do not make a lot of money. Like unless you are at the Tom Cruise, Denzel Washington level, you are a contract paid player.
Thank you.
And you also have to pay off your publicist, your stylist, your gym person. Like you are paying out the nose. So let's say Chloe Bailey got $2 million. The government's taking a huge cut of that off the rip.
Absolutely.
And your manager is getting the gross, getting 10% off that gross. So he's getting 200,000. Your agent's getting 5%. And then you got to go down with the social media people, the publicists, and all that stuff. So that 2 million turns into like 500,000, and it's supposed to live a lifestyle. But someone like Tom Cruise or like Denzel, they have partnerships with like the city of Dubai. Like Denzel has partnerships with. He has a private equity firm in his back pocket. That's why he's making those Equalizer movies because he's a guaranteed return. But everybody else, they're fee only. You don't make it until you produce your own.
Why do you think they on strike?
This is all true.
They can't tell the difference between a contractor and a business person or business.
Tom Cruise made a deal with the city of Paris for that Mission Impossible, the last one. That's why he had that like 15-minute advertising for the city of Paris when he was doing a motorcycle race. Like that's the type of deals he's making. Right?
I think
he'll bring in $1 billion and get a good cut.
I think Denzel got something with Lyft because I see in an Equalizer he's always a Lyft driver.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, they do brand deals inside of pictures too. They'll do that. But I mean, he has a private equity deal with his movies, and then he also has a deal with HBO to do a bunch of August Wilson plays. So he has like two ends that he's making money, and he might still do other contract stuff if he wants to. But he's like almost 70.
Not to mention all the commercials that they're a part of. I mean, that also plays a pretty good chunk in his cap.
Sam Jackson did all those Capital One money commercials because that's good money. You know, like all these guys, they work for fees, but then they have a lifestyle that they maintain too at the same time. Like there's very few of them that really have a lot of money. And so someone like Keke Palmer, when they say celebrity net worth says she's worth $5 million, maybe all in, but like cash on hand, she probably has 150,000 tops.
Yeah,
but that money's going out, and the rest of the time she's above like those girls doing Shine ads or like tummy tea. Like she's barely above that.
Yeah, they all calling her man broke. I know he's not broke because a woman like that's not gonna mess with a broke dude. He's just not famous, you know.
And even still, you know, the lack of respect that that she has in terms of just going out there and that grinding up on Usher and then going on.
That's just Hollywood, man. If my thing,
Hollywood, but
well, the thing is, if you're gonna pick a woman in the business, okay, like picking a porn star, pick a woman in the business, the thing that you have to tolerate.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of those things, okay?
Well, I think he tried to go with the whole narrative that before she got pregnant, she wasn't acting like that. She was trying to act like she's better than those types of chicks. Like she was giving that type of image. Now that she got a glow up, she's showing her behind. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's called
everybody defending her too.
How do you make money in this business, right?
She's an actress.
You have to gather what? Eyeballs. Okay.
Entertainer. Entertainers need numbers.
Don't get with an entertainer if you don't want to be in the business. Okay. His nobody. He didn't say anything about his brother getting one of the actresses on Insecure pregnant. His baby mama.
Oh, who's his brother? Oh, wait. Who does his brother got pregnant?
His brother played Dro. You know, tall guy on Insecure.
That's his brother.
That's his brother. Yeah.
And he got which girl he got pregnant again?
Remember what's her name? She played.
She was dating Lawrence, right?
With Lawrence, right? What was her name?
The dark skinned chick, right? Well, brown skin, I think.
Brown skin chick, little short chick. Yeah.
Yeah, she was kind of cute. Yeah. Oh wow,
she was cute. Yeah, got him. Yeah, had a baby by him. So basically, you know, that's what they do. Well,
let's
what I'm saying is, if you're gonna get a woman in the business, okay, you have to tolerate certain things.
Yeah.
Okay. And that should have been handled privately, no matter what she did, because she's in the business. And if you're gonna do it publicly, you got to get ready for the backlash, which he did. You find out real quick.
Of course.
Let's keep it real. She wanted that baby. That nigga, he tall and light skinned. Oh,
Yeah, she did. She did. And guess what? Guess what he found out real quickly. You're there for seed, sir.
Yep.
Sperm donor, huh?
Same thing with Kiki. I saw that right away. Like, oh, you there for sperm?
He's there for sperm. And guess what? You need. In other words, you didn't know your place. So, and guess what she's doing? She's making money off of you right now. So hopefully you're doing the same thing. You wanted your name out there. Now it's out there.
Oh, BGS. I'm real quick. I'm sorry, and I'll let everybody go. I don't know if you guys watched Jason Black yesterday, because I feel like he goes back and forth. He delivered a whole hour just to what's that lady? That lady. What's that lady's name?
K. Williams.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know if you saw it, but she's like kind of promoting black women to get black sperm and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. When she was talking about black men, he didn't say shit. Okay.
Oh, well, he went on and on yesterday, I guess. I don't know.
On and on because in other words, he's saying that she's part of Sisterhood of Failure. You should have got yourself a producer when you had one, and plus you was dating a white man. So that's 2 strikes for Jason Black.
She didn't want to submit to him.
Exactly. I don't know why he has to smoke for us when he's saying the same thing.
And but the white man the white man was never gonna marry Mr. Cartwright. Okay.
Yeah, when I looked into that, she was just basically a sugar baby. He had her up in a hotel, like some really fancy hotel. I'm like, oh, that's a sugar baby. And she tried
to like one of those Four Seasons apartments.
Yeah, she tried to make it.
So in other words, she was playing Nia Living's character in real life.
Right. She was a 1099 girlfriend. He probably had that expense on his company card. He was paying that and getting points on the back end, and he got to write it off at the end of the year. Like that. Damn.
Yeah. And then when COVID happened, he went back to his wife, like they all do. She thought she thought she was gonna be Mrs. Cartwright. Come on now, they don't do that. White dudes
happens, but so rarely.
I noticed that. Yeah,
your best bet would be like Robert Smith. Like I'll give Pocket Watcher with JT credit. He could get a good breakdown of what happened to Smith and why he got hemmed up with all that tech stuff. You can go check that out. It's a 30-minute breakdown, and I knew some of the parts of it, but he basically got an offer too good to turn down. It made him a billionaire. I mean, he made himself, but he got that seed money, and it just rocket shipped him up. But he had that wife, good-looking lady. He had a girlfriend who's now his wife, and she was on contract. But his wife didn't want to be have that type of relationship. Like that happens at that tier.
Yeah. Hey, BGS, another one went viral was that woman that was talking about how bad white men are and trying to be super pro-black, but they found out she had a white boyfriend.
Yeah, it's typical of intersectional feminists.
Right.
Talk about a white racism and then having a white boyfriend. That's typical.
Down with the patriarchy a few seconds later.
A few seconds later, yeah.
Yeah, what is the mentality? Is that a pathology? Like, what is that going on?
It is a pathology. Basically, they think it's racism for white men not to marry them. And it's part of the white patriarchy. Okay. That goes all the way back to Bell Hooks. She said the same thing.
Well, you say white women think that it's racist for white men not to marry them?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So when they talk about patriarchy, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about the patriarchy that make them look down on a white man marriage.
In other words, they want white woman status. That goes back to the myth of white womanhood.
So it's racist for the white man not to take their shit too, huh?
Yeah. So in other words, you racist motherfucker, marry me, so I have a white woman status.
Yeah.
So I can screw you like the white woman too.
Yeah. So when you see that, it's very common amongst intersectional feminists, black feminists. Their top pick is always a white man.
They can't get that dude. They cannot get that dude. Most of the time, I've seen probably 2 in my lifetime of guys who you would qualify as like high 92 white guys who marry a black woman. But the black women they get with are usually like top tier.
Yeah.
Like, they don't fuck around. Like you are not gonna get fat.
Yeah, I know these guys.
And she was kind of thick to be with a white guy, so
that's how you know he's a loser.
Well, he's not gonna marry her. Trust and believe.
Yeah, that's what drives me crazy about the diversers. I've talked to these high 92 white guys. You guys don't qualify.
They won't get the title. It's amazing how they always inflate their egos and their standards to the point where they think, well, yeah, they're gonna be a piece of ass for that person, but they're not gonna be
It
they're
might
not
not
gonna
even
get the
be that.
title.
Hell,
They're not gonna get the
Listen,
title.
I work with them. Their white wives, every single last one of their white wives work. Every single last one of them. So I don't know what you're talking about. You're not slim like them. You're not in the gym like them. You're not going to school for STEM or finance or accounting like they are, or even the Asian women are. So you're telling me you're literally not actually competing. Why would they choose you? You're the complete opposite of the women who are getting chosen. It's that
Case in
simple.
point. Case in point. I'm in the gym 5 o'clock every morning, or 3 days a week, and in the mornings, and I'm kickboxing every evening. And the only black ladies that are in those gyms are either the Afro Latinas that are truly from somewhere in the Caribbean or over in South America, or they are from the soil. They are from the motherland in Africa.
Continentals.
Yeah, I never see any African American ladies in the gym at any one of those points in time, and it's always telling of a story. And it's always telling of a story in general, and it's just like, yeah, well, a couple will come by from time to time, but they'll be in there for maybe a day, a couple of days, a month.
Spanish women stay in the gym now.
Yeah. The difference between a happy marriage and a bad marriage in that situation is 5 pounds. Like if you are over the scale, bro, it gets tight.
Yep,
exactly.
Yeah, I've seen, and again, I've been going to the gym since I was 21. I'm 40 now. Like, I mean, consistently in Stamford, Connecticut, in Providence, Rhode Island, now in the DMV, right? Northern Virginia area. And it's consistent. I've seen every other race of women in there consistently, all the way down to old ass women hitting the weights. Old women coming in there 2 or 3, coming in together, working out, and I see them in there consistently. My ass has to stand there another 20 minutes because a fucking 70 or 80-year-old woman's not gonna kick my ass in the gym. The black women ain't anything like that consistently. I'm talking 3 different states and literally almost 20 fucking years consistently.
They be in the Zumba, they be on the exercise bike, they'll be in the pool, like they'll be on the weight rack. I mean, they're
I
doing
do
it.
have to say this. I've
Yes.
dated different types of women. So majority of the black women I dated were in the gym. So, I mean, a lot of times, a lot of brothers got to go for what they know. And see, like, once again, I'm going to say it. Yes, I'm going to say it. BGS, I know I'm going to piss people off. Black men are the garbage men of the dating world.
I have been trying to prove you wrong for so many years, man. I can't. So I've given up.
And here's
That's
the
why.
fucking
That's exactly why I'm trying to go to the overseas.
That's why they get mad when
Here's
you don't date
the
them.
reason. But see, here's the reason why. Once a garbage man, it's very hard to get away from that trash truck. A lot of niggas will say they want something, but when you look at their dating list, it looks like, she's not dating anybody that look like Bria Miles. He's dating somebody that looks like Bam Bam Bigelow, showing my age. But it's crazy because for much is required, much must be given. How many brothers do you see in the gym?
I see a pretty good amount.
Yeah.
Yeah, so do I. I mean, but then again, I'm not I'm not in the hood or anything like that, so I guess that's a little different.
Yeah,
I'm not
I'm in
trying
old.
to.
I see
I'm
a
not
lot of
trying-
them,
I'm
especially.
not trying to say beauty. I'm not trying to say beauty is predicated to men as it is for women, but like I said, a lot of brothers need to really tell the truth. There are some dudes who are intimidated by women in the gym. There some are.
Oh yeah.
And
I can
instead
understand
of when you see that chick who's actually working out, like one of the chicks I got off the phone with, she did like 70 miles on a bike. So that's
doing it to it.
That's just one day.
Yeah, most
But
women need to control their diet more than anything else. Like the gym, I see a lot more guys in the gym or doing like activities.
Yeah.
But like the diet part is the thing that hurts a lot of black men.
And see, here's what we gotta have, man. Is fitness a part of the routine of black people? Outside of sports, no. No.
I see more with black men because we like lifting weights and stuff. That's
Outside
up
of
is the
sports,
diet.
no. Because that's true, man. Average black man wouldn't be fucking weak as a fucking kid neither.
I don't know. Maybe the young guys, because when I look at young dudes, I don't see them as muscular. Like I know I stayed in gym, and people around my age stay in the gym a lot. But when I do look at the young twins, a lot
I'm
of them
gonna
are skinny.
same thing I tell women: stop looking inward and look at the totality.
No, I know. I'm looking at the dudes at my age, around my age. I'm 35. They're in the 30s.
Especially 41, they're not hitting the gym. Like, God damn. Like I've seen some of my classmates. They got bigger, and not in a good way. And it's like, fitness is not a mainstay in the black community.
No, it's
you know,
not.
but, so we not gonna be lying to niggas like this.
Yeah.
And I've trained motherfuckers for the last 20 plus years.
And God help you when you tell them about it too.
Oh, you talking about as men get older, as black men get older? Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Then
Even then, I'll like remember what I just said, and I'm gonna tell you the same thing I tell people when I question them on the street. Repeat what I just said. Outside of sports, you don't see too much fitness in the black community.
Yeah, generally speaking, he's correct.
Most likely, if you want a woman that's in shape, you're gonna have to date a current or former athlete. Is your best hope.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's correct.
Two of the best bodies in the black in the ladies that I've ever dated that were black women just so happen to be track stars.
Oh yeah, they run.
Big ass, high ass, no waist.
Yeah, they were both short distance runners too.
That's usually that fast twitch muscle.
Strong thighs, huh?
I had a good cross country runner.
Thighs
She was real tight.
Thighs save lives, and that is true. And a lot of times I say, dude, you gotta get what you put in. You know, if you want that woman to be a certain way, you gotta be the example. It's like I said before. Women are supposed to give men inspiration. Men are supposed to give women purpose. And hey, a lot of people don't like that, but it is what it is. And when you have a woman who stays in shape, that makes you stay your game because hey, they've done studies. A motherfucker will live 50 to 100 extra pounds in a given lift because a woman's watching. Men don't like to be embarrassed much, you know. So,
all right, y'all get in. Got 15 more minutes because we're over 4 hours right now. I know it
Well,
goes fast.
I was a growing old man.
The power's getting weak here.
You know, the sad part about all of it is the fact that you look at the ladies that come from across the pond from the soil and their standards on staying fit and their standards on, you know, keeping everything in check are wildly different from their counterparts here. And it always shocks them when they see it firsthand for themselves.
There was a wise man who once said, when you're the dealer, who wins? So if you can control the narrative of saying, nah, we don't want it. But this is the problem with a lot of dudes. If you don't like fat chicks, why the fuck are you fucking them?
Exactly.
Too many.
In other words, they're cheap and available.
Too many
But
dudes.
you in Baltimore, you know what it is.
No, it's funny, and I just talked to one of my best friends the other day about that. That Baltimore used to have some very lovely women, very fit, lovely women. Especially,
what happened?
Laziness, abrupt laziness, and mentality. That I don't need a man. Like you gotta accept me for who I am. That shit started real prevalent around like what 2010, closer to shit 2012.
Oh, really? Okay.
That shit that's because during the 2000s, or as Mr. Z would say, the early aughts, it was very hard to find an abundance of big bitches. Now, the big bitches roam where the buffalo roam.
In other words, along with the brunch spots, huh?
Yeah, it's like, god damn, these bitches don't eat, they graze.
They do graze in herds.
God damn, like it
Exactly.
used to be 1 out of 5 or 6. You see a big chick. Now them motherfuckers have a whole herd.
Yeah. The pack in herds of 20.
It's normalized.
Like
It is normalized.
it used to be such a damn shame when a big bitch would even bother talking to you. But like I told this one chick, I said, but on Facebook, I said, see, back in the day, big chicks had shame. They knew that they had to have 10 times the femininity of any fucking woman out there. Why? Because they knew they were coming at a deficit. Now these bitches think they fucking Kelly Rowland too. Something wrong with that. Something wrong with that.
Roland, Rollin.
Not rolling like a rolling pin like the big bitch is, but you know.
What always gets me rolling is seeing all the girls. Going back to, of course, what was said earlier about Kevin Samuels, God rest the Godfather's soul. The fact that a lot of delusional women will just get up on that show. Some even, and I even saw one of the old videos of this girl in a bonnet, an orange bonnet, coming up on that show, sitting there saying with a straight face, she's up there in that 8 and 9 category.
Oh, yeah.
With the likes of Beyonce and Kelly Rowland. I'm just like, you are out of your rabbit ass mind. What is wrong with people? I mean, this is what I was talking about earlier when I said social media gasses people up. This is one of those kinds of people, when you take a look at her, the only thing, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself, the only place where you register as an 8 or 9, my lady, is on the Richter scale.
Or the slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
Something like it. I'm just like, whoa.
Too many bitches out there, man. They got that Exxon in their ass, man. They gas the fuck up. Like, how the fuck you gonna tell me you're 8 or 9? Bitch, you pay double to get in the club. What the fuck?
I mean, if you're not on the cover of Vogue, if you're not on the cover of Cosmopolitan, if you're not on the cover of any of that, you are not an 8 or 9. I've been around supermodels.
I won't even go that high, because here's the trippy part about it.
Got 10 minutes, guys.
If you're the one who always gets your friends in the club for free, if you're the one who men constantly stop to talk to you, have you ever stopped traffic? That's if you're a bad motherfucker if you make traffic stop. Like I've seen chicks into the police department come out of their uniform, wear their exercise equipment, and you like, God damn. Like literally, I've seen a chick make time stop. It was like the fucking X-Men movie, like Charlie Xavier coming out on a wheelchair type shit. She was so bad, even the other bitches were looking at her. Like, God damn, like this one chick said, I'm straight, but that's a bad motherfucker.
They know. It's just a lot of coping going on. They know.
Delusion is a hell of a drug.
Exactly.
I just said that too.
And black men are the drug dealer.
Yeah, sadly.
Yeah. Steph Cole's a 6.
What?
What scale? What scale?
3.5 to 4.
Some men are around ugly.
Steph goes a 6 when the scale is like 2. The scale is awfully shot.
Oh boy, it was a whole lot of guys. I'll take her. It's okay. Oh, good. Come on, y'all embarrassing me.
It's what? Every time a nigga embarrasses BGS, a nigga like me get another bottle of cognac and a cigar. I was right, old nigga. I was right. Oh man, remember that day when I first said that, and everybody was done with me. And then videos and more videos were popping up, and I was like, validation is a bitch, isn't it?
Hey, Dar, you wasn't one of those guys, were you? But were you?
Oh,
you ain't gonna admit
it.
Yeah. Anyway, closing thoughts, folks. We at that time.
Closing thought. I'll go first.
Go ahead.
The vast majority of modern women are weaponized adolescents who have been given the rights and privileges of adults without the burden of agency or accountability for their actions. Govern yourself accordingly.
Mm-hmm. And the emotional availability of children. Yeah.
Yep.
Agree.
Yep. Who's next? Anybody?
I'll go
Guess I'll
next.
go next.
Go ahead.
As usual, appreciate the space. Hope guys, listen, do the work, and keep it pushing. And as I've said on Nameless Protagonist live, I think it's like 2 years ago at this point now. It's over.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it is.
I'm a pragmatist. It's over. I mean, unless
Yeah.
things dramatically change and I see, the trends, shifting, then I'll change my mind. But until then, currently, it is still over. Sorry to say. That's what it is.
Facts are facts that came to the table and they've been found wanting. Yeah.
Correct.
All right, who's next? Anybody?
I guess I'll go next. First off, thank you for letting me come on, BGS. You're a legend. All you gentlemen on the panel, man, it's been a pleasure having the chance to speak with you for a little bit. And just as far as the topic goes, I mean, to be honest with you, it's going to take a couple of generations, I think, in this country, especially for folks for the women of this in this hemisphere to really understand just where we're coming from and just what's going on and just how we can really mend the kinds of things that are happening right now. And until they realize that, of course, as far as, our options being a whole lot more bountiful and a whole lot more plentiful than theirs are in any short or long run, then who knows when things are going to get fixed. But ultimately speaking, fellas, don't fall for the signal language. Don't fall victim to any of that junk. Stay steadfast. Keep your options available. Keep your wits about you. Protect yourselves at all times. And I will hope to see you guys on another one, man. Thank you so much for letting me on.
All right, appreciate you. All right, who's next? Anybody? Bueller?
Yeah. Who?
Go ahead, Morpheus.
So yeah, thanks, BGS. What's the name's correct? Black men are the garbage men of the day. You know what I'm saying? I seen it in my own self. I hate to say it, but our women know it too, and that's why they hate when we date out, because I notice this with other races of women. Other races of women, when they fail with their men, they know to come to black men. Okay, my homeboy, he's Spanish, and he was dating this big Spanish girl just because she know how to cook real good. She really could cook. Anyway, she said it herself because she's pretty, but she's just fat. She never looked at black men until she got fat. She said it herself, and I heard other Spanish women saying that. You know what I mean? So me saying this is that I've seen other women of other races come to black men, and when they get refused, they lose it. That's why I believe personally when you see some of these white women saying, "Oh, I was molested by this black man," that black man denied her. That's what happened. Because if you're denied by a black man, every woman, including black women, know it's over. It's over. Like, just think about that, fellas. If you're a woman, you can't get a black man. You just know.
Yeah. Black men are the nicest, most egalitarian men on the planet. That's what they're finding out in a hurry. It just had a family issue with that just maybe a couple days ago, with a couple of cousins, and with a Southern black woman and a Dominican man, like oil and water.
Yeah. But thanks, BGS. You have a good day.
All right, appreciate you.
All right, bye.
Who's next?
Yeah, good stream so far. Sorry I'm late to it, but it was interesting overall.
It more interesting than it actually started out to be. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I know. And I'll say there's a lot of good insight about black men not having good standards and needing to raise them, having a good filter, but you need to be the man who actually has them. Doesn't mean you need to get married or anything like that. And that's the one point of contention I really had with Kevin, was that the marriage portion was like, that's not necessarily optimal in the current environment. And that was my personal point.
Yeah, I knew where he's coming from. He's actually representing his group and his class of people and what he was saying about marriage.
Yeah.
If
he's not wrong about it.
In corporate, you got to get married.
He's not wrong about that. I just don't think that it's not entirely necessary in certain aspects. Like IT, you get a little bit of a pass, but if you're in like
a little bit. But if you're going to get into management and corporate and move your way up, you got to get married.
I'm not doing that, but I get with that. I do get that. So I
Yeah.
did have minor disagreements.
Yeah.
But outside of that, most guys just have to figure out their solutions. And that's the biggest thing that the space does offer is solutions. You just have to say, I'm going to take this. Someone like Theo is offering it, and he's probably, I say, a halfway to his goal, maybe a little more, but it's going to start ramping up, especially once this September meeting hits. But outside of that, please keep doing these streams. You'll hit 50K, 100K, and keep opening men's minds.
All right. All right. Who's next? Anybody?
Thank you very much, BGS. I really appreciate it. Thanks everybody, man, for helping us reach the goal tonight. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Obsidian. This is going to be a classic show. I'm sure you got material now for the next couple of weeks. Yeah, and he has opened the door for you, sir.
And by the way, Obsidian.
Hey, what's going on, Constable?
What's up? I haven't seen you in a month of Sundays. By the way, if you use the terminology that black men are the garbage men of the dating world, only thing I ask is my. That's all.
Will do. Thanks a lot, fellas. Y'all have a good
All right,
one.
Obsidian.
Obsidian is still going. Oh,
he's gone. Yeah. Go ahead. Who's next? Closing thoughts. Encrypted Wolf, did you get yours in?
I got one earlier, but I just wanted to say, what's up to Charles, man? Shoot, that was about it.
All right. All right.
Woo!
All right, Charles.
I like to say my closing words for all the fellas: get in the gym, get in the books, get your money right, get your body right, get your soul right, get your emotions right, and everything will be all right. And for the big bitches, I like to speak to you in your native tongue. Moo. Moo. Out of respect.
Block. Be careful of cows wielding bat lifts, okay?
That's why you got slaughterhouses, man.
All right. I guess Kev and Chaos want their closing thoughts. Go ahead, Kev. Closing thought? Yes, no?
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. Again, I was saying this on Charles Faulkner's show the other day. As a so-called black man, you're going to be labeled a social outcast no matter what you do. So the narrative of trying to be not, quote unquote, not threatening, it's pointless because you're going to be labeled a threat no matter what. So you may as well say fuck it and do what's in your own best interest. So
yep, get. You gotta take a bad deal, get the best bad deal you can get. Yep. Chaos, you're up.
Man, BJs, you got the weirdos that be popping up out of nowhere trying to challenge you, man. Especially ones that has 500, almost reached 500 something subs, and didn't want to have no conversation. They just want to sit there and say, "You talk about this? Why are you talking about a woman? Let me jump out here and go on my channel." But listen, one thing beautiful thing about all this is you bring subscribers over here, so you're gonna get to 50K in like next 2 days because they're gonna listen to his side and they're gonna come listen to this channel and they're gonna say, wait, you got white people over your channel. What the hell are you doing on all black space? You're in the wrong lane, my nigga. This is not your lane. Go back over there, talk with those liberals, whatever you want to call it, conservative Caucasoids, and give them what they want to hear. Don't come over here with black people at. This is black man's issue. You're far beyond that, bro. And listen, I'm not knocking if you have an audience that focus on them. Oh, you playing right now? Oh.
No. Go ahead. No, I'm playing.
Yeah, you focus on your audience. That's your lane. But over here, men talk about their problems. So at the end of the day, you get me. This is beneficial for you, BGS. And one other thing I do want to say, BGS, and regardless of what black men need and the helpiness, yes, black men should have conversations and they should vent. Now, in regards to these ladies that the divestment, all this nonsense, they're gonna do what they're gonna do, and they're gonna keep having black men with their and want unrealistic expectations from black men. For all intents and purpose, God bless you, bitch. Go over there, bitch, and then get your expectations from the men you want. You get me?
I agree.
You're not getting it from no man. Because men, we're not gonna. Because listen, I hear it far enough as well. Too much, and then they're doing opposite. Hey, matter of fact, I'll tell you a secret, BGS. I covered a stream, and I had Jay Sean in it, right? And one of the guys that interviewed one woman that was on that Fresh and Fit podcast, remember that?
Yeah.
He came over and then it was listed in one of disagreements. And the
Okay.
disagreement is that, and I'll send a link. I don't know if I email you to. That he must understand if you're gonna deal with black women in America, you cannot be soft and cold. They know what they're doing. At the end of the day, they know what they're definitely doing. So sitting there trying to explain to them, especially in the past 25, 30, you waste your time at this point.
Yeah.
You just
I
tell
agree.
them something that it goes one ear and goes the other. All right.
No, she does the opposite. The thing is, you got to know what you're dealing with. If you're going to deal with a Black American woman, you got to understand who she is and what she's about, and act accordingly, and stop trying to make her into something that she won't be.
And one other thing, because I don't have much people from the continent like that, but if you're from the continent Africa, right, Ghana, Nigeria, they don't tolerate their women acting a certain way. So why being soft to women up here in America? I'm very confused.
Because we've been socialized that way. We've been taught from little boys how to interact with our women, and that's why we do it. That's the thing is, how do we actually unbrainwash men to actually come out of that, actually value themselves first? It's a hard thing to do. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead, Smitty. Go ahead. You're the last one.
Hey, I know I'm late.
What's going on, Smitty Jeans?
Hey, what's good, man? You bring everybody here. Like your enemies form up like Voltron. They found a leader. You just started the Legion of Doom. Nah, I swear they about to join up and click up.
They went and got a heavyweight, man. Damn. I said, am I that formidable? You know?
Yeah, like I fell asleep and woke up and just like because I listened to Codebreakers, I fell asleep and woke up and just seeing like everybody Green Gorilla, City, and I'm like, wait, something must have just happened. And they're saying Lucas. I'm like, there's only one Lucas I know. No way he stepped up on here. And I gotta listen to the playback, but I listened to a little bit from. Go ahead.
He wasn't up there that long, so you gotta make sure you get it right because he's only up there for less than 5 minutes. So.
Wow. See, it's crazy. I used to like Amazing Lucas, but I gotta give FD more respect. FD stayed up there and was respectful and let everybody else finish. Like and B let him finish. He showed respect and he got it back. So Lucas, I don't know what the hell he talked about. Most of the stuff he quotes Claude Anderson, but you know Claude Anderson. You just interviewed him.
I do, yeah.
So it's like you don't realize who he's talking to right now. That's the amazing thing. And also, I'm going to wrap it up. This channel that you're on isn't even the Gynocracy or Woman channel. This is more about geopolitics and other stuff to help men. So, when you talk about you talk about women, like, look at the video history. It's like maybe one video a week is about a woman. Your live streams, your dailies, they blowing up. He just adding more exposure and just showing how much proof and you guiding people. Because he's talking about statistics. He don't know stuff. He only knows the statistics that he researched. He hasn't lived that life where you don't even know the people you don't even know that you're one of the people that rub elbows with the people that he reads about. So that's all. He knew he couldn't really stay up here, and maybe it should have been one-on-one. But if he could have just sat here and let you speak and actually came up with more, I don't even know what to say. Like more. I don't even know.
I was trying to, as a content creator, I was trying to give him respect. Like you asked a question, I'm trying to answer it for you. But he wanted to bogart and put his penis on the table, and I don't tolerate that. So he got mad.
But hey, this should unshadow ban you right now. You should. If this don't, then they really got you. I'm shocked that he even found you. Somebody put a request in for him to come up or something. That's all.
I guess so. I have no clue. I didn't even know he even knew anything about me. But
that's why I'm shocked because he used a lot of talking points of the space.
He does. I'm
like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, he does. Like I'm saying, I was shocked. I thought he was a troll at first, but he wasn't. It was actually him. So.
Yeah, but I ain't gonna hold you too long. You've been on here for a while. I'm gonna listen to the playback, and I want to see Green Gorilla go off on him. Like, you don't realize how many PhDs and how many certified people that you can actually Google. Yeah. Damn it! Like Green Gorilla is the only one that isn't public.
Yeah, he's got about a few more months. He's probably gonna go public, like in late October or November, So he's probably gonna come on and show his CV and his face. So look forward
Also,
to
you
that.
got a couple riders. You got a couple riders up there defending you on his live stream. So that's why I'm happy about seeing that people calling out all the lies and everything, and people that were cool with you and now just want to switch sides. It's like WWE with all this shit right now. But
Hey,
you know,
you know what? I'll request you spell my name right because we're the tar babies over here. If you fuck with us, we stick with you. Okay, can't get rid of us. So
fact. People say you ain't growing or doing numbers. Okay, all right.
Well, you know, numbers matter, but sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. You know that it's who you know and not how many people you know.
People you know, yeah.
I'm sure you've learned that.
Trust me, dealing with my family and everything, I met a lot of people, a lot of powerful people. So yeah, it's who you know. Having a lot of people, you know, that clogs up the system. You need to get the few select people that can help you out. That actually works.
The right people in the right spot. You know.
Yeah.
Anyhow, y'all, let me get out of here. Let me go ahead and take a nap and get something to eat.
Yeah, take a victory lap.
Man, it's unexpected, but Ed's going on right now. He's probably talking about Lucas right now. So go on over there.
I'm about to hop over there.
Yeah.
Hurricane. He had category 5.
He's category 5 now. Oh shit. Okay, it's another classic.
Oh shit.
Yeah. It's all right, y'all.
All right, man.
I'm gonna put the link to Ed's thing in the chat. I think I did, but yeah, that's the link to Ed's video in the chat. He's on right now live. So go over there for part 2, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
All right now.
Peace.